Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, December the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear my screen, see my screen and hear me, please. Yes, thank you very much. Something triggered for me. What happened? Just give me a moment on a price alert. Oh, man, this ISIG, guys, over 30 now. Ha! Over 30. Man, oh man, 3 days ago, this was just a little over a $10 stock. The memers have got a hold of this one for sure. Keep an eye on this DNAY also, guys. I guess the news, they had the news on Pfizer yesterday. This is a carry forward. I had a great end to the day. Held in the after hours. A little bit of a pop this morning. Holding over 10, obviously pretty key. And the next highs looking left are around 11. So keep an eye on DNA. And yeah, somebody asked about any news on the RELI. I can't see any news on it. RELI, no news on it. Just one of those ones that I don't know what happened. This is about 5 days ago. I'm not sure what happened up here. There must have been some kind of news, or again, traders just got a hold of it for whatever reason because of that low float. It was the stock du jour. And let's see, the high was 825. Takes that 825 out. Look out again. By the way, guys, I'm still in the FTK. I was kind of hoping it would have a nice little pop this morning. I'm in at 101, so I'll hold on. Gets down to $1, I'll exit. Did get up to, after hours, got up to 128. Decided to just hold it, just see what might happen today. VGR, kind of a bit of a strange one. Yeah, this is a spin-off. Creating a new spin-off, the symbol. So VGR remains as a trading company. Spin-off will be called Doug, D-O-U-G, literally Doug. And not sure what to make of this in terms of how to trade this today. It is shortable. But anyway, I want to see how Doug is not trading yet. I guess when the market opens, it'll start to trade. So VGR could be kind of interesting. There's no volume yet, so hard to know really what's going to happen here. And FT, FT. So their big news, we are going to start a new blockchain division. Whoop-de-doo, okay? But up 30%, tons of volume. The next high looking left is up here at 184. I honestly don't expect too much after this big gap up. Oh man, ISIG. I had my alert set for that 50, the 30 break. Hey, it might hit 50. Just didn't get it. Actually, the spread isn't bad either. But guys, this can have if you've been looking at this one for the last few days, wild swings. This can drop $5 just like this, like that. It can go up. Yeah, Big Tobacco. I know it's a tobacco company. Boy, you look at the news out of New Zealand. Basically, eradicating tobacco, I think by 2028 or something for anybody starting out now. But I don't, not sure what to make of it. How even to trade it. VGR, it's hard to know. There's no volume. It is shortable for me, interestingly. But, you can't do anything now. 1275, 1345. That's the bid ask. And there we go. I was wondering if hi Ori, I was wondering if they would come out with that yesterday. But so they're vigorously defending this, fine. So there's the MFIN. Remember, This one was a tremendous short for a while, and then all of a sudden had the nice pop. And I thought maybe that, so that news that they're coming out today, I thought maybe that is what caused it to give the big rally yesterday. Other one to keep an eye on is the TSP. See if it, I know they're having some kind of a conference today. This was the unbelievably great short yesterday. And EFOI is still active. EFOI is still active. Big after hours action got all the way up to 541. All right, and keep an eye on it. 541, what's the high over here is 508. So actually, after hours, it got up to 542 or 541. So it actually took that high out after hours yesterday. And it stayed up there. Actually, it stayed up there at 535. I don't know how much volume that was, but keep an eye on that DNAY. If it holds over 10, what a run it had at the end of the day. What a tremendous run. This, I think, was in my option scanner yesterday also. Yeah, what a disaster. How about DIDI? I should mention this one. I do have it on my, it's not that it's gapped down a lot. It's down 4.5%, all-time low. Probably the biggest disaster IPO of the year. All right. I mean, this was a lot of hoopla about it. If you look when this opened in June of last year. Well, June of this year. We're still in this year. Opened in June as an IPO. It's not so much the fact that it opened, around that 15 level and it's down to 470. You got to take a look at who was behind it. All the big heavyweights, Wall Street, were behind this one, and an absolute fiasco. So that is the ditty, and there is an earnings release after hours yesterday. Actually, it's interesting. A little bit of a pop after hours. And the naked, NAKD, still kind of looking at this as a potential short, but get as high as 677 after hours yesterday. Again, they did their big reverse split on this day. This is why this looks like it had a massive gap up, but it really didn't. It's just it was a reverse split. And KPRX, another really cheap one. I don't think I saw any news on it. KPRX, not sure. Again, no news. No news. Just another low floater, up 20%. I'll be coming into a lot of resistance around that 130 mark. Yeah, OCGN, you're right. It's on my gap down list. All right, so there was some, again, there was some news on this one. So they've got this deal with this Indian biotech company called, I guess, Bharat. I think they own some shares, or I'm not sure what the relationship is exactly, but anyway, market doesn't care. Definitely keep an eye on that DNA, guys. DNAY, holding 10, holds 10 well. What's the float in this? Yeah, it's another low float, 8.6 million. Next high looking left is about $11 or so, so still has some more room to run. I mean, it does seem to have legitimate news. Pfizer's deal gives key validation to Kodak, et cetera, et cetera. So it does seem to have some, quote-unquote legitimate news. So it's not just completely trading because traders have got a hold of it. Well, I think I'm going to dump my... Nah, I'm not going to dump it yet. What was XXRX? XXRX. I don't know what you mean by that. It's not a symbol, is it? No, I don't know what you mean by that, David. In the tech support area. Don't know what you mean by that. Oh, what was... okay. It wasn't XXRX. What did I just mention? It wasn't RX. KPRX. Thank you, William. KPRX. KPRX. It really hasn't done anything. I mean, it's on the gap up list because it's it's gapped up 20%. When I say it hasn't done anything, I mean it's traded almost half the float already. And all I said was, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around that 130 mark, which would be excellent. I mean, I'm not saying to get into this one right here, but I mean, if it traded from here at 106 and it got anywhere close to 130, that'd be a great percentage move. But I don't see any news on it. There's no news that I can see on it. Again, it's just one of these low floaters, 10.5 million in the float. I'll tell you guys, this ISIG, I mean, you got to be awfully careful because remember, this can have $4 or $5, $6 swings in a heartbeat. So, but there's your high. Here's your high way over here at 35.82. My DNA is really interesting. The longer it holds over 10, DNAY, another low float situation. All right, it is 9:12. I'm going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. My guess is that, okay, the over-under. What's the over-under, guys? Yesterday, we only had one. We had one downgrade. I could say the over-under, I think, is 2. There's DNA, guys. I'm going to go, the over-under is 2. Okay, so that's what I'm going to check to see. And the answer is, here we go. One upgrade, TSCO. All right, now, in case you guys are wondering, there were no market holidays around New Year's this year. Crazy, kind of a very crazy rule. DNAY guys, on the move. Yeah, there were no market holidays around New Year's this day. Okay, so the market's open 100% tomorrow and 100% on Monday. No market holidays around New Year's this year because of some obscure rule. No, full day Friday. I mean, the bond market, things like that are I'm out of the FTK, guys. I just decided to turf it. Might take a look at it later on, but I've decided to turf it. Looks like it might even break down under $1. So that was fun while it lasted. Unless you can dig up something that says it's an early close tomorrow, but I'm almost 100% sure it is not. Yeah, that's the obscure rule. It's crazy. If New Year's Day was on a Sunday, we'd have a holiday. Yeah, it's the bond markets, and I think even some of the other ones are closed on Monday or half day. But anyway, bottom line, no break whatsoever on Friday or Monday. Just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if anything interesting is happening. The DNA guys is looking really interesting. Um, yeah, my bias on the naked is as a short. I mean, lots of shorts available. Actually, not a ton, but 56,000 at Interactive Brokers. I'm not saying taking it now, but you got to be careful. That is the right float. That looks like that is the right float. That is the split adjusted float. About 54 million. Okay, so that is the right float. Had a huge after hours action, 580 all the way up to 680. So it popped $1 after hours. Yeah, no, I read all that, Dwayne. That what I just don't understand is why they can't say, okay, if New Year's Day falls on a Saturday, just have the holiday on the Monday. I mean, there's no reason why they couldn't do it. Because if New Year's Day falls on a Sunday next year, it will have the holiday on the Monday. So there's just no reason. Anyway, okay. Let's take a look at. Now, I was also watching that SOPA for a bit. Again, SOPA, another wild one with the ISIG. Um, hmm, I mean, again, this was up to just 4 days ago, $23. Just a matter if they get a hold of it. They get a hold of it. 919, okay, this is when I'm going to take a look. Let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors, see what's happening. Market's in for a mildly positive open. Let's take a look at the major sectors and see what they're doing ahead of the market open. Okay, so what you're looking at right here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLK, the technology sector, ETF, these are the stocks that make up that sector. So what that 78% means, 78% of them are up from yesterday's close as we speak. Okay, doesn't mean there's anything really busting higher. I mean, this one is, 0.9%, but that's all that means, 78% above yesterday's close. There's nothing, yeah, I mean, everything is above 50%, looks like. Materials 50-50. No massive clue right yet. Energy stocks 73% are up, but again, you look at this an hour from now, it could be completely different. So again, why I bring this up though is that if you're going to get into a trade in say the technology sector, okay? So right now, 80% of them are up. So right now, the technology sector, right now as we speak, is strong. So if you took a technology stock, you'd be trading and you went long. The trend is in your favor. All right. But an hour from now, I mean, this could completely change. So you just got to be aware of what your sector is doing, especially if you're just trying to trade a stock that does not have any specific news for it. In other words, it's not an alpha stock. It's not a stock that is more or less trading on its own, not really caring what the sector is doing or the overall market is doing. It has some news on its own. And typically that's what we see with these smaller ones, the smaller floats. They're just kind of trading on their own. I mean, there's no reason for ISIG to be up. I don't think there's any specific news on it. I don't even know if there was ever any specific news on it. Just, the memers got a hold of it. FOI making a new high, pre-market high, guys. So remember, this hit after hours yesterday, the big run up to 543. Again, I don't know. I mean, they had some news on the 28th, a couple of days ago. They had some news on the 28th, selling 2.5 million shares in a secondary offering. It didn't really, there was the news right there, affected it a little bit, but no specific news today that I can see. Well, the TSP, I mean, I read some, they're join TSP executives as they speak of, okay, I mean, this is a little bit of news this morning. Robert Baird thinks that the stock is going to recover, things like that. I mean, there is some news. Analysts heap praise, another heap praise. After the test of the driverless semi-truck, okay, didn't work. I mean, yeah, got all the way up here. I mean, if you remember this one yesterday, this was just exploding at pre-market and just absolutely collapsed once the market opened. So it's anybody's guess what's going to happen here. I mean, it was pretty dramatic though, the sell-off. And I'll just mention this one briefly, RRD. So this was a buyout here. I think a company called Chatham owned a lot of shares of RRD, and I guess they were basically buying the rest of them, taking this private, basically buying, but I guess they've got a competing offer. So this is what it says. Gets an $11 share unsolicited offer, sticks with Chatham deal at this time. Wow, okay, so big deal. So 11 cents or 15 cents more. Anyway, that's why this little bit of a movement with the RD. Look at Hood. I mean, another one. Another one is just almost another, again, almost the all-time low. Another disastrous IP. Disastrous, guys. I mean, this is, this was the, of course, Hood. Everybody, well, not everybody, but, you should know who Robin Hood is. But, I mean, this was eagerly anticipated. The first month didn't really do much. Then the following month, this is in August. I mean, it got all the way up to $85. I mean, look at it now. The EFOI is interesting just because of the after hours action. EFOI, EFOI, interesting because of the after hours action. Okay, guys, is there a lot of static? Are you guys hearing a lot of static in my mic, or is it just you, William? Haven't changed anything? Yes? A lot of static? Really? No. No. Okay, we got 3 no's. We got 5 no's, 7 no's, 8 no's. I'm looking at YouTube also. Must be on your end. So Mark, I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know what to say. Maybe just do a reload, a refresh or something. Not a heck of a lot I can do because I haven't changed anything. Okay, so looks like it's just you and maybe one other person said yes, Mark. Just do a refresh. Good now? Okay. Hey, LLK guys, the wild card up here, right? I mean, this is the one that got absolutely slammed. We got these analysts still putting $26 or $24 price targets on it. Holding 10, well, I mean, it's holding 10. I think Zach said he was going to hold this one as a potential long swing. Or this ISIG. I mean, it's, again, if you're going to trade this ISIG, just be really careful. I mean, it's got such a crazy low float, and it can, it can jump $5, $6 up or down. Spread is actually not bad right now, 4 cents for such a volatile stock. 1 minute. You're right, thank you. Less than a minute. Okay, guys, well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Big focus on DNAY. Longer it holds 10. All right, we're now open. Let's see what happens. Well, there it goes, guys. There goes a DNAY. And remember what I was saying about the ISIG? There's about a $3 drop just like that, I think. It was up to 32, got all the way down to 28 something. So, about a $3.50 drop just like that. DNAY guys. Oh, wow. So what you're seeing here, for those of you who are new, the DR means don't repeat. See how DNA is repeating over and over again as it makes a new high after a new high. This is the first time it was alerted. You know, opened right at 9:30. It popped right to 1060. Now it's pulled back. Excuse me. Who posted that in the off topic, or was it swing trading? Something about Citigroup putting what, a $250 price target on Tesla? All right, guys, little move for TSP here. Little move for TSP. It's early. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, okay, so they raised the price target from 236 to 262. Thank you, Eagle Guy. That's what I thought somebody, I don't know if that was you who posted it or somebody else, but... Okay, so here is this little one, this KPRX. So it is getting a lot of volume. It'll easily trade the float. You can see that relative volume right now, 1.3K. So that's a huge relative volume. As I was saying before, probably a lot of resistance around that 138 level. All right, HIMX was hot yesterday. Look at the move it had yesterday. The last 3 days, actually, pretty good. Continuation right now, HIMX. When we look left, what do we see? We see 1593 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, so could stall there. It is not in a channel. These are just individual scans that I created. You can have them if you go to my go to my homepage. Okay, I'm just going to put the link in. Go to my homepage, go to the sector area. You'll see when you go to my homepage, when you click on that link, you will see 4 sections. One of them is the scans section, and you will see these 4. All right, market open, so the Dow's up, NAS is up, SPY is up, everything is up. No disconnect. Nice big green candle for the SPY to start off. That KPRX, I mean, it did get, remember I was saying, it was 106, we were talking about it, got up to 124. I did not take this one. Boy, here's the ALLK, guys. I don't know if Zach is in the room. I think he said he was going to take a swing on this one. Held 10 very well. Got slammed down, of course, from 87 down to $10. That's about, what, 5 days ago, 6 days ago? Look at the FTK now. I'm out of it. A big move here. Dropped underneath $1. And again, guys, remember, if you're new to this, to trade ideas, these are ideas, okay? When you see an alert, doesn't mean you just hop in. This is not like a buy recommendation or anything like that. This is just, these are ideas that are being generated. After, when you click on the alert, you have to check to see, well, how's it trading? Are you chasing it? Is there room when you look left? On a daily, and a monthly, and a weekly chart. Room meaning, where is the next high? Where could it keep going to before it hits the next high, as an example. So this is why trading in the first 15 minutes can be injurious to your health. Look at the DNAY. I mean, 1067 down to 985. This is a 2-minute chart, guys. So I mean, this, down to 989 was at 1060. I mean, you can have so much froth in the first 15 minutes. I'm not saying after 15 everything, the froth goes away, but look at the MFIN, boy, defending it well. MFIN, big pop here. So this is now above yesterday's high and getting close from whence it came. 841 was the close of 2 days ago. And it got slammed down on allegations of, I guess it wasn't so much fraud. You look at fraud. Fraud to me is accounting, but I guess what they were trying to suggest is that they were paying news organizations to pump the stock. So maybe we can call that fraud, but yeah, I mean, look how whippy, even something as silly as the FTK. I mean, I would have thought, okay, it's back over $1, no problem. Maybe, join back into it. And then it goes right back down to under $1. In the first 15, I mean, this is typical. Not that I don't take anything. Okay, look at TSP. I mean, TSP is really trying to rally now. Really trying to rally here. TSP. All right, so with this VGR, I mean, this is shortable for me, but this is a spin-off, okay? So it's very possible that nobody reads the news. They don't really understand what's going on, and I can't say I 100% understand. I mean, it's a spin-off, and is Doug trading? D-O-U-G, that is a spin-off. They said it's supposed to be trading today. So it obviously has not started trading yet. What I'm going to do, just for fun, put a price alert on Doug, okay? And so when it starts to trade, whoops, put a price alert of 1. And when it starts to trade, it'll pop up on my price alerts and see what's happening with that one. EFOY, guys, EFOY on the move. Maybe that post-market high after hours yesterday might be a bit of a magnet. INTE, boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a wild one. I want to see how wild it was. Got up to $43. This is back in 2018. I remember this. And then, it has done nothing since then. It's another low float. Announces, what do they announce? They announced the launching of NFT trading platform. Whoop-de-doo. Here's your news for it. NFT trading platform. NFTs caught a bit of a bid yesterday. Yeah, TCAT. TCAT had a nice move yesterday. TCAT. See what it's doing now. It's dropped somewhat, but keep an eye on this UTME. The UTME I was going to mention, it was actually down a little bit, but it was down because it had a tremendous move at the end of the day yesterday. UTME. I mean, it's only up a penny. I get it, but it had this big move after hours. I got up to 353. Not after hours. I'm sorry. This is the last. This is at 345. So it did get up to about 350. I see it spiked up to 370. It's probably a low float. Another one of those crazy low floaters. 3.75 million in the float. So, and you know, again with these low floaters, anything can happen. I'm looking here. Looks like there's probably some resistance around 4. Yeah, I have a delay area on them, okay? I have a delay of 20 minutes, so I'm not seeing anything. Ah, look at the naked now. I was really interested in taking a short on this one. NAKD. Zach, good morning. Memory serves me, you took a long in ALLK a few days ago, last week maybe, just as a something to swing. Is that correct? Because it certainly has held 10 really well. Oh, you got out of it. Okay. Oh, it was you. Oh, I thought it was Zach. I thought this one it was Zach who said, I'm going to take this one. You know, I mean, it's held 10 beautifully. Does it still have an ugly spread? It had an ugly spread in the pre-market. Not terrible. I mean, it's 5 cents. I don't think that's ugly. Maybe it's probably jumping around. 1226, 1220. I mean, it's right now it's 1226, 1227. So maybe a little earlier it was. It's just kind of interesting how this is going to trade today with that spin-off. I mean, there is looks like, I mean, support right at that level here. Okay, INTE just resumed, and you know we're seeing this a lot now. Instead of a major pop in some of these smaller ones, they seem to drop. Now, if this recovers to 539, this could turn into an interesting trade, guys. It's the only way I usually play. Ah, is it already there? Okay, reset my alert up here. EFOI, guys, EFOI. Keep mentioning this one. There's your magnet, 542 after hours action yesterday. EFOI. Now, I admit that my bias on these scans here has always been on the 10-day daily breakdown. Didn't get one yesterday, but we had some. I'm going to have to, maybe flip my bias a little bit. These are the 10-day daily breakouts. All right, you want to look at WHIP. Look at MFIN. So they come out and try to defend it. They, meaning the company, come out, try to defend it. Got up all the way up to 635 or 735, and drops almost $1. I mean, these are big percentage swings, so you got to be so careful. But again, first 15. I'm not saying that after 15 everything settles down, but absolutely in the first 15 you get all these crazy up down moves. Then you get an EFOI that just keeps going. All right, you just get an EFOI that just keeps going, and you just have to, I just look at this and go, okay. I mean, I don't like to trade in the first 15. I try to stick to that. But that was certainly a magnet. That after hours action for EFOI, that was certainly a magnet. Now, if you're in this one, looking left, 7. So the next high looking left on the weekly is 710, so way up here. So I mean, it still has some room. What a run it's been on for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. This is the 4th week. Now keep an eye on the DNA now. I mean, it's been all over the place in the first 15 for DNA. Maybe stick an alert. I've got an alert set around 1050. I mean, there is some resistance around 11. You just have to see if this news sustains it. The news from yesterday. Keep an eye on the UPME. Wow, look at the EFOI. Yeah, it keeps moving here. Look at the UPME, guys. I mean, it's got some resistance, probably around 4. So this is a decent little pullback right now. Had a big after hours, end of day action. We got up to 350 something. It tried to pop up above that. Wow, EFOI. I don't see any news on it. Okay, Doug. Doug is trading, guys. Doug's trading right at 10. This is like a SPAC. So Doug just started trading. This is a spin-off from VGR. By the way, see how that worked? Don't know how many IPOs we have next week. Probably not too many, but I'll later on I'll go over how I look at IPOs and how you can create a price alert so you'll know exactly when the IPO starts trading. Okay, IMTE now. IMTE is now up right at the halt price, the original halt price, which was 536. Okay, let's see if it continues from here. It's a very low float. And it did get up to 549. What's the high over here? Is 545. So, it takes that out. I mean, it's got some room if they get a hold of it. 545 is the key break, guys, on that IMTE. Now, you were short Peloton. Are you still short, Zach? You're shorting Peloton? And now I know now that just showed up in your topping scan. And Doug just got halted. Wow, Doug just got halted now. Look at this. Now I'm sticking an alert at 550 for this IMTA. If it breaks through this on volume, this should have a crazy run. Um, well, guys, this is why we wait. I mean, this could happen later on. This is why I wait anyway. IMTE. I'm trying to guess that it's going to take this out. If it takes it out, wow, the KPRX. This is still pretty strong. I think there's a lot of resistance around 150, but this has been a nice move off a dollar. Great percentage move on really no news. Keep an eye on the. I mean, the problem with the IMTE, it could explode right through. With that float, 6.5 million in the float, it could explode right through. So, I almost have to be watching the chart just in case it does. So the EVs are coming back a bit. LCID. Yeah. Nice little boom for, I know, I see NIO is trying to come back also. How about Riven? I'm sure Riven is probably moving also. Yeah, so the EVs are back in play, guys. Yeah, so yeah, the EVs are in play here. So there's another one, EVGO. Let's take a look at Drive, DRIV, kind of the ETF for EVs. Not really doing too much, actually. Interesting. I didn't realize this is actually shortable from Interactive Brokers, IMTE. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but I didn't think there'd be shorts available. 57,000. Well, the Peloton keeps moving higher here, PTON. Let's take a look on the daily chart. What's the next high? 37.30. So that is the next high looking left on the daily. So it's getting close to that high. And Doug just resumed. Wow. Well, this is the trade of the day, guy. I didn't take it. I mean, this nice spin off so far. Could have got all you wanted right around 10 before it got halted. And it's going to get halted again. I see that little blue dot. No, didn't get halted. Not yet. Yeah, not a lot of sub-dollar players in our trading room, but let's take a look at SPCB. Yeah, it's moving. I mean, there's no question. It's moving. 75%. It's not even a pink sheet stock. Supercom shares move higher. Chairman buys 512,000 shares. So there's your information about SPCB. Well, I don't know if I don't know if it technically is a SPAC. It was a spin-off from VGR. I mean, it opened at 10, yes, but it was a spin-off from VGR. You know what? I just actually tried to short some of the VGR and I couldn't get it. That uptick rule nailed me. Tried to short it at around 1192. Held in there for about 5 or 6 seconds, then it started moving down. It would not fill me. There's lots of shares available. It's not it. The blue dot is right beside the bid price, Bill. Okay, you'll see that blue dot appear. That usually is a sign that a stock is going to get halted. Not 100%, but if you look in your order entry in Interactive Brokers, and literally right beside the bid price, there can be a little blue dot. Well, it used to work out almost 100% of the time, but okay, guys, we've got something on the move here. RELL, R-E-L-L, R-E-L-L. Look at this one. Shoot, there's the VGR, guys. I couldn't get it. So there it is in the 10-day daily breakdown. I couldn't get it. I had my bid in at around 1192. And again, it's got nothing to do with the number of shares available. Tons of shares available. It's just that uptick rule. Well, this is the poster child for why we wait, or at least why I wait. Look at the IMTE, guys. You know, I thought, okay, takes out that 550, put a price alert up there. It never took it out, and look what happened. So instead of trying to guess or anticipate that it would, I don't. I just put the price alert. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I just move on. All right, how's Doug doing now? I'm going to stick alert at the high of the day. If it takes it out later on, might get me interested. I see the Billy up here. Well, the DNA did not hold. Surprising, a little bit surprising to me. I was hoping it would hold 10 and then start moving off that 10, but it did not hold. Here's a big pullback for EFOI. You know, it's crazy. I mean, the only news on this rel that we see is that they've set the date on January 5th for their earnings release. So what? Like literally, so what? Shoot. Shoot on the VGR. Rel is in a momentum scan, okay? It's one of the ones I'm sharing. Actually, this is right from our channel bar. It's just a Momo from the channel bar. And the other ones, this is from Zach's Topping Plays. So these are potential shorts. Obviously, I cannot display everything, okay? It'd be overwhelming if I had every scan that I've got on my monitor. So that's why I just, I love this. I love this one. These are not positions, they're ideas. Everything here is just an idea, okay? That's all it is, it's an idea. So, yeah, I mean, the suggestion is to go, the idea is to go long, but it's an idea. Doesn't mean when you get the alert, but, the suggestion for the VGR was to take a short at 11.97. Look at it now, 11.62, tremendous. Just couldn't get it. So these are ideas. Okay, I will pop this in. So topping plays from Zach, share, okay. These are potential shorts. And bounce plays. And here are the bounce plays, potential bounce plays. Okay, so there you go. Ah, what an awesome short, guys. Anybody get this short, the VGR? mean, I guess I could have tried to keep chasing it down, but just not my style. Yeah, again, I just reiterate, it's not about, there were tons of shorts available, but because the stock was down more than 10%, I couldn't get the fill where I wanted it. You know, again, in retrospect, you're sure I could have kept moving my bid down by a penny, a penny, a penny. It would have worked, but you just don't know. So, anyway, glad if some could take it. That's good. Okay, guys, IMTE is coming back. Okay, so IMTE is starting to come back. So I'll have my 50 cent alert, 550 alert on it. Let's see if it takes it out on volume. Then all traders are looking at is way back here in 2018. May of 2018, it hit $43. That's all they're looking at. But even here, got up to $10. You know when was this? This was March of this year. I think this was I think the memers got a hold of this one. Look at the volume that month. All right, guys. So the DNA, hasn't been easy. DNA Y is now back over 10. What did it get down to? 966. So it's back over 10. And again, this is typical. A low float stock can do all this crazy stuff. I took it actually off my watch list. Let's see what it's doing right now, though. ENSC. Yeah, I mean, I have a price alert set at 5. That's about all I can say. Okay, but it's so choppy. It's been so choppy. Another low float, but I have a price alert set at 5. If it takes it out, I might get interested. But it's just, to me, it's just too choppy. My WW is moving. Yeah, well, Weight Watchers, guys. I mean, this was from yesterday. This was an AI alert yesterday. 1498. I mean, it didn't do anything really yesterday, but look at it today. You know, my thesis, if you will, was all right. Everybody overeats during the holiday season, so what better time to join Weight Watchers, right? So maybe it just didn't have the big move yesterday, sort of delayed reaction. No, not my layout anymore, okay? You can have individual scans. The reason I don't have my layout, because they're all docked. Everything is docked, and a lot of people don't want the docked version, okay? So I decided you can have my individual scans and pick and choose which ones you want, okay? You just have to go to my homepage. Well, they're high of day, MP. They're all high of day moves, but okay. You know, here is, for instance, the EFOI, okay? 945, 531, it's at 594 now. So a lot of these are all high of day moves. Doesn't mean that that's the first alert we had. That's why I have the don't repeat. Many times you'll see a move, you'll see the initial alert, and just check to see what it did afterwards. And the same thing with the low. So I had this was the alert VGR. I'd say that was pretty darn good. 1197, 1148 now. Okay. So that's already after having a big move down. It's my style, all right? It doesn't have to be your style or anybody else's style. A lot of people don't like to do that. They like to play pullbacks, and that's fine. I'm just not a big pullback player. So just a minute, I wanted to put my home page in, my link. So if you want my scans, just go to my home page. There's the link right there. Put it in the off topic also. You click on my link. Now, a couple things. We still have a nice promo on, 25%. There's your promo code. New Year 25, 25% the first month only or the entire year. But here are my scans, okay? So pick and choose which ones you want. It's really that simple. And the ones you're talking about, ones I really pay attention to, ones that you see here, they're right here, these four. I also really like the option scan. Actually, the option scan had some really good ones yesterday. Nothing today, nothing in it today. It'll get a lot more active once earnings season starts in about 2.5 weeks or so. These are the four that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down, especially these two. This is what kind of sets me up for the day, trying to see what stocks might move once the market opens. Okay, so I have a lot of different types of scans here. Pullback, so if you want to play pullbacks, you want to see stocks that are pulling back. Gap continuations or reversals, so there are different types of setups. So just save my homepage link, and then you can take a look at all that, plus the education, whenever you want. Well, your chopping plays are pretty active today. It would make sense with the market doing what it's doing. Very active. I don't know if there's been a big collapse yet of anything. Peloton is still hanging there. Again, these are ideas, right, guys? I mean, these are, Zach so graciously shared this with us a couple of weeks ago. When you get the alert, it doesn't mean you take the trade. It's, you've got to watch it. And again, these are, potential shorts, stocks that have been, really ripping, maybe too, parabolically, and then they set up for a short. Nothing from the AI yet. I'm not going to lose sight of the IMTE either, guys. IMTE is still interesting on a 550 break with some volume. Now this one's interesting. To me, underneath this whole number, the NVTA as a potential short, if this whole number gets rejected, look left on it and you see 1648 is the next high. So I mean, you know, if it gets through 16, there's the next high looking left. 1576 was the high. I'm just looking at a daily chart. I'm TE, guys. I cannot jump the gun. I cannot do it. But look at, you know, I got all the way up to here, 546. Just need some volume. Big volume push right through 550. That could get it rocking. But it's a low float, so again, you've got to be very, very, very careful. Okay? But look at the volume today. I mean, it's done nothing for months. Months and months and months. I mean, we had a volume. Now, there's the EFOI, guys. EFOI again. Over 6. I should have taken this little short here. Did not take the short, the NVTA. Yeah, that's your news. The herd mentality of getting into it. So again, looking left, the next high on the monthly chart is 817. The next high is 710, I think. Yeah, 710 on the weekly chart. So in theory, it's still got some room to run before it hits any sort of next high looking left. Okay, give me a moment, please. Nicely done, Zach. Your patience paid off on the PTON. Well, look at DNA. I mean, it's not been easy, but let's see if this starts to hold this area and starts to rip from here, guys. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1111, but you know, it did have some, like I didn't overanalyze the news, but it seems to be legitimate news. The deal with Pfizer. Well, there it is. There's the DNA. Again, what's the spread again? Is about 6 cents right now, 5 cents right now. So it's not. I mean, it's not terrible. 2 cents, 3 cents. But the issue again is that float, 8.6 million. So if you're going to do this one, you know, you've got to be so aware of that float. It's very low, so it can be very, very whippy, and witness what it's done. I love the name DNA. You can't say it. D-N-A-Y. You can't say it other than saying DNA. Very clever. Well, your scan is producing some nice ones, Zach. Nothing on the bounce side yet. It's not showing up on mine. Maybe I've changed a filter. It's not showing up in my bounce. Well, Zach's bounce scan, I should say. Yeah, not for me. But again, I have a 20-minute delay, but that shouldn't have bounced. You should not be getting an alert, I wouldn't think. I mean, if you're getting an alert, maybe now. Ah, okay. All right, guys, teasing, teasing. Look at this IMTE. I mean, look what it did. See how crazy this is. I mean, look what it did. It actually got all the way up to 580. Ugh, that's a tough one. I mean, I almost was going to take this, but look what it did. It got up to 580 and it pulled right back down. Ugh, boy, that's a scary one. Scary, scary one. Boy, I almost did it. I mean, I got the alert at 550. It was all set to, and it. Problem is, it kept moving higher. Then it just dropped. Yeah. So what Zach is saying is, if you do get something from the bounce scan, his bounce scan, make sure that there's not some major bad news. I mean, what you're really looking for on a bounce scan, my opinion, I mean, the ideal situation would be this. Stocks are getting, maybe a stock is getting beaten up for no reason other than maybe the market's dropping. Maybe it's dropping a little bit more. Then all of a sudden the market stops moving down. It doesn't have to be popping higher, but at least stops moving down. Better, of course, if the market starts moving up, because that's when I think the bounce scans really work well. So again, the stock that's been beaten up, not because of any specific news to it, not specifically bad news for it, just sort of general moving down with the market, and then it bounces with the market. I don't believe it came off the. No, I mean you're not talking about an MIF. You're talking about FIN, right, Luis? Yeah. So this is what Zach's talking about. I mean, okay, it might have appeared. It didn't appear in mine, the VGR, but the market is interpreting this as really bad news. This spin-off. I'm just ticked off that I wasn't able to get my shorts. No, I don't have it on my home page. I'll pop it in again. Okay, if you don't mind, Zach will give it to you. I'll give it. You're busy. I'm busy too, but I'll just give it to them. Okay. So here are the topping plays. And then the bounce plays. So topping are first, bounce is second. Yeah, not my specialty, Mahesh. A $200 stock that has come down significantly. Not that I mean, do you have trade ideas, Mahesh? Do you have trade ideas? Because you could create a top list to check to see, a 200, I don't know what your price range would be, but anything over $200, say, okay, go 2 to 500, whatever that price range is, and find a stock that has changed the most in the last month. The free version, we don't have a free version anymore unless you're talking about the old demo. Then I really can't help you because we don't really have a free version. But all I would do, I mean, if somehow you're able to use a free version. Oh, TradingView. Well, we're not TradingView, so so you're in a trade ideas. You're not in a trading room or trading view, trading a trading room. But all I would do is this. If you had trade ideas, you go to change in 20 days. Change in 20 days, which is in essence the month, and put some, big negative number in there, and stocks that are over 200, and whatever range you want, 200 to 500, 200 to 1,000, whatever you want. And then you could put the change in 20 days and put a big negative number in and see the ones that have moved down the most in 20 days. I mean, that would be simple to do if you had trade ideas. Okay, so have you looked at the docking video, Ali? I know what's happening. When they become tabs, you have to. Let me just quickly. I'm just trying to keep an eye on a couple of things here, but okay. I know what's happening. You have to grab the tab, okay, and then I don't want to do it because, well, maybe I can do it if I bring up another doc. And I can practice on that one. So if I wanted to add, so what's happening is you've got a tab up here, right? You've got your docked window, then you've got a bunch of tabs up here. Is that correct? But I just want to understand your question. It's okay. If you've got a bunch of tabs, right? So for instance, I got gap up here, but I could have a tab here, another one, another one. Is that what the situation is? And now you want to know, okay, I don't want them in tab form. Boy, this IMTE, guys, is, again, be careful on it. Because all you do is you just grab the tab, and then you just place it wherever you want. Okay, you see, you have to get that icon to show up, or this up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, and down arrow. And you just grab it and place it where you want it. If that makes sense, until you see that. So for instance, I've grabbed this tab here, and I move down here, and now I can put it beside it. Okay, it's a little complicated, but it's just a matter of grabbing the tab, when I say grabbing it, left click on it and drag it down, and then when this icon appears, or this appears, then you've got a direction in which you can put your tab. Okay? I'm going to get out of that because I don't want to ruin that one. Wow. Shoot. IMTE has run away from me now, I think. And it just halted. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Yeah, I mean, it's a little tricky. You have to, my suggestion is, you see, here's I've got some windows, some thumbnail charts in a doc. My suggestion is you take, if you know, obviously you know how to create a doc window, and you've got all the tabs, okay? So take all those sectors, those major sectors, and then you just have to arrange them the way you want them. I mean, it's a little tricky at the beginning, but it's just a matter of grabbing, once you have all those tabs at the top, just grabbing the tab, left clicking, and keep left click, and then move it, and when the icon, when that directional icon appears, place it where you want, and then do it with the next one and the next one and the next one. It's a little bit tricky, so I don't go over it too much because a lot of people get bogged down by it. It's not mandatory, of course, that you dock anything. All right, guys, well, it is a little bit late. I usually do this around 10:20. I'll try to keep it brief. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, I don't get live on the mic until 9, but I do open the room at no later than 8, sometimes earlier. Okay, but no later than 8 a.m. Eastern Time. The room is open. So you guys can come in and chat amongst yourselves, and then I get on the mic at 9. And as always, okay, good. So that worked for you, Ali? Good. Glad to hear. DNA, guys, man, this is almost something that I'm not suggesting a swing on it, but it's got so much room. I'm just saying, people looking for swing opportunities, but you got to be prepared for the risk in it. You got to probably have a wide stop, such a low float. It's got the new. You have to maybe dive in and look at that news with Pfizer that happened yesterday. Obviously it pumped the heck out of the stock yesterday. This was an IPO back here. Disaster. $25 down to $5. I mean, it's a disaster, but it's trying to come back. Ugh, it's still so choppy, William. I mean, I know I talk about this, but it's so darn choppy. I mean, I wish it would just settle down. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and my homepage in the main trading room, there's my homepage tab. You click on that, there is the link, okay? When you do click on my link, we have 4 plans. So first of all, here is the promo code you can use, New Year 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So we have an annual monthly premium standard. So the big one, an annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 25%, works out to about $4.60 a day. Standard is about $10.68, it's $10.68 a year minus the 25%, that works out a little over $2 a day, all right? Big difference, which we've got nothing to show today, are the AI Holly alerts, okay? That's the big difference between premium and standard, there's no alerts today. But you don't have to take out, number one, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, this is what I would do. If you don't know the program, do not take out an annual subscription. No reason to. The only reason people take out an annual usually is because they want to get the best discount going. Okay, so yes, we do offer 25% on the annual, and the first month only you can get 25% off. Okay, but so if you start off with a standard monthly or a premium monthly, oh, well, guys, I missed. Hopefully, some of you were able to take advantage of the IMTE. Anyway, you can always start off with a standard monthly, premium monthly. You'll get the 25% off that first month. If within 30 days you decide, you know, I love it, I want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush to get into to take the 25% because you want that big discount on the annual. You can try us out for a month. Hey, if you don't like the program, you know, you can always unsubscribe. Or if you want, you can go month to month. I mean, you don't have to go annual at any time. Just remember though, this is what you'll pay going forward. 118 and 228. That 25% is only applicable to the first month on that if you maintain a monthly subscription. Okay, on my homepage, lots of information. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. That is free also. And all the education that we have. Oh, this IMTE is making me sick. I blame you, Ali. You're right. I should have concentrated more, but that's okay. There's always another one. So in the education section, most of it is geared specifically, of course, to trade ideas. We have a big user guide now, very comprehensive user guide. If you're new to trade ideas, though, this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, going over all the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, creating a top list, alert windows, the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So all of the basic features are here. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room. One of the other traders takes over for me between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. And today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. You can head over there if you want. And Chris Varley is always there, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So we've got a lot of action still in our YouTube room when I'm taking my break. Daily webinars, we should be back to a normal, well, maybe not a normal schedule next week. I'm not sure when the schedule becomes normal again, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. So this is nothing to do with trade ideas as such. This is just a great little video series. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? So lots of information on my homepage, including also, of course, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them, pick and choose the ones you might want. You can load them all. Take a look at what they're looking for. You would not want to have them all loaded at the same time though, okay? Too many. I've got a lot here because there are lots of different trading styles. So I've tried to create enough for different types of trading styles, but you can take a look at them. And so in these two sections, lots of information. Save my link. You save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want. Without success, just click on my link. So I put it in here. Here. This is it. There's my homepage link right there. Just click on it. Okay, just click on it. Here's a tab here also. Okay, but you click on it and this is what you'll see. What's my strategy? Well, I'm more of a momentum player, Bobby. Okay, so trader. So I like to see things near the highs or the lows of the day. Not that I just chase them because it makes a new high or a new low, but I want to know if it happens, and then check the pattern to see if it's sort of resting a bit at the highs. And then I look left on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see if there's a lot of room. In other words, when I say room, I'm talking about where is the next, if I'm going long something, where is the next high? I want to make sure it's far enough away so it could keep running until it hits that next high. It's kind of my basic momentum strategy. I'm not a big pullback player. Nothing wrong with pullbacks are great. I decided early on, after trying many different types of strategies or ideas, that best suited for my personality, if you will, were the momentum plays. It's really that simple. Everybody has to find what fits their personality too. Worst thing you can do is try to, cover every single strategy known to man, okay? Which is what I tried to do when I first started at Trade Ideas. I had about 40 strategies up and running, clicking like mad all day long, getting nothing done. If you're new to trading, that's the trick. You don't know. You just don't know what you might like. You have to find your way. All right, guys. Let me just see. I'm just checking a couple of things here. So, again, if you're new to this, just want to briefly explain what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a scanner. Okay, that's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. I have no idea what Ross does, Bobby. No idea. So this is now, as you noticed previously, I was talking about the scans that I share, and the reason I share a lot of scans is a lot of people, especially when they start out, it can be a little complex in creating your own scans if you want. All right, so you can always take my scans, and then you can tweak them. If you want to, tweaking them meaning. You can change the price range, maybe the volume and things like that, but it gives you a basis. But if you do, and I'll get into the other scans that we do share, but of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So for instance, here's my 10-day daily breakout, all right? So if I right-click, configure, and click on the summary, that tells me what this scan is looking for. So in this particular case, this is how when you start off creating your own scans, this is how you start off. You always want to have some filters. Okay, so in this case, I'm looking between stocks between 2 and 35. Current volume's at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, and minimum 500,000 shares, etc. These numbers and the filters, that's not important. I'm just trying to show you the concept or explain the concept of when you create your scan, you always want to start off with filters. And then, if these filter criteria are met, then if a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these stocks here. So this is just the don't repeat version. So for instance, got the alert at 9:51 for IMTE. The alert was at 5:50, and now it's at 6:90. Is it halted? Or it did get up to 6:90. Okay, so I like to have the don't repeat version side by sides because I can see, okay, got an alert. What did it do afterwards? But you always start off with filters, because imagine if I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs for the day. Well, of course, I'd be inundated with alerts. So you always want to have filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. I right-click on an alert window, click on search. Here are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, Here, we'll get to these icons. These are the filters that we have. Note, you do not have to learn all the alerts and filters, okay? I think that's one reason why people think it's too complicated. Well, of course, you don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. Why we have so many? Thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've got enough alerts and filters that you can create, with the right combination of them, you can create the type of scan you're looking for, okay? So don't get hung up on, my goodness, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. Okay, I was asked to explain the news and float info box a little. You're talking about this one right here, Bobby? My single stock window? I mean, the float is just the available number of shares available for trading. Okay, so that's what the float is. If I'll just briefly what the float is. What the float is all about is typically, all companies have a number of shares outstanding. So what you do is you start subtracting what the insiders, the C-suiters, maybe big hedge funds or groups own, and you start subtracting that from the float, from the shares outstanding, and that gives you the float. The float is the available number of shares, or the number of shares available for trading on a day-to-day basis, okay? That's what the float is. So you hear us talking about a low float situation, IMTE. 6.5 million shares in the float. It's very, very low. That's a low. For me, anything under 20 million is a low float situation. But if you're used to trading Facebook with billions of shares, several billion shares, 100 million might be low flow for you. But for me, anything under 20 million for me is what I consider a low float situation. And so the lower that number is, the more action a stock will have when something is happening with it, when it's in play. Either maybe it's got some news, or some trading group has got a hold of it, and that's what's happening with the IMTE. So look at how many shares have traded. 10 million shares have traded, 6.5 million in the float. So we say right here, the float is turned over about a little over 1.5 times. Just divide 6.5 into 10. So the float is turned over. So when you get these high float turnovers, this is why a stock can be up 51%. Facebook is not going up 51%, okay, unless something unbelievable happens. Okay, with 2.3 billion in the float. So why do I like the low floaters? Well, yeah, they're fun to trade, but they're also very dangerous. Okay, you just got to be on top of it. You get into one of these, you cannot wander away from your computer thinking, oh well, it's sitting here at 684. I guess I can go downstairs, make some coffee, come back, because the rug can get pulled so quickly on these. But they do give us the biggest bang for the buck. And the news is just news. I mean, that's all I can say. You just click on it. I'm not saying this. I be honest, I don't really use our news tab anymore because it's not current enough for me. So I use IB's news tab. I mean, it's okay, but if you're looking, if I want to see why a stock is moving, why this is moving, you're not going to find any news on it. Okay. It's more than likely some group has got a hold of it. It could be WSB, it could be something in Reddit, because there's no real news on it. The only news is that I'm so ticked off that I'm not in it. That's the only news. Well, the short flow percent, it's of interest. That's all it is, okay? Obviously, if a stock has a high short flow at interest, and for me, anything say 15% and over, that just means, well, if you were holding onto a short in this and this is doing this, it's obviously going to fuel more. It'll probably fuel some short covering, or get people to cover, which is going to fuel more buying, because when you cover, you're buying. So it's not that I have to see something; it has to be a certain percentage. It's just of note. That's all it is for me. So in my strategy, because I was asked how does it factor in, It's not that I have to see something at a certain percentage before I'll take the trade. No, but it's obvious of interest. If you have a high short float percent, you can say, this could keep going because of a lot of short covering. I'm pretty sure you do. Somebody asked you, do you need an IB account to get their headline news? I'm pretty sure you do. I can't imagine they would give it away some other way. I mean, listen, our news isn't bad. Don't get me wrong. Okay, you can, many times when I'm in the pre-market and I'm looking, I will check first our news tab because it's easy to do, just to see, if there is anything. But I'm not going to sit here and say that our news is completely up to date. Well, it's up to date, but it's not necessarily late breaking news. Okay. Well, Bobby, again, I mean, if the stock is in play for whatever reason and there's a high short, I mean, it's only of interest to me if the stock is moving higher because then you think, okay, is there a lot of short covering happening? That's all. Doesn't mean then it's going to fall. But, these bets have been placed that way ahead of time that people think the stock is going to move further down, but so they can get trapped. But I don't have a strategy built around the short float percent. Oh, we actually have an AI alert now. So, I do want to go over one more thing here. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, and then you'll see here are all of the, well, they're not pre-orders. They're shares. Yeah, I mean, the short float percent is just showing you the percentage of the float that is short. And it gets updated every 15 days. I mean, that's just typical, okay? It should be daily. It's nothing to do with us. I mean, that's just the way it's reported. So these are, people who are already short. Now, they could be adding. The problem is you won't see that short float percent increasing on a daily basis. It gets updated every 15 days. Anyway, in our channel bar, these are themed-based channels, okay? So they all have scans in them. So for instance, there's a momentum scanner. All right, so you see here, Visto as an example. So if you like this scan, if you thought, that seems like an interesting scan, maybe I'd like to have it as part of my layout. So remember, maybe you don't have a layout at all. Maybe you've taken a couple of scans from mine that I'm sharing, and now you go to the toolbar and you click on New and you click on the Dock Channel. Now you can see all the theme channels, and now you can see the scans that we've created. So again, you can right-click, Configure, click on the summary, and it tells you what it's looking for. If you like this the way it is, then you could take this and save it to the cloud, okay? Or if you want, you can make some changes if you want. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want it to be 10 and 100. Okay, click on that summary, you see how it's changed. Now, if you don't want to change anything, that's fine. Maybe you want a different volume, okay, things like that. So you can make your changes, or you can keep it the same and save it to the cloud. And why I'm saying save it to the cloud, I'll explain that next, or next to next, because the other thing I do want to say is that if you make a change in the channel, and then you leave and you come back, that change is not saved. The reason why is because the channels are for everybody, all right? So the fact that you want to make a change to a channel doesn't necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So again, if you make that change and then you leave the channel and come back, that change is not saved. But the idea really I'm trying to stress is that you can take individual scans that we've created. I'll go to another one now. Say stocks surging. The action is heating up right now, okay? So you might like the looks of that, save this one to the cloud. And if you've done that, gone through that exercise of going through the various channels and clicking on things that you might, scans that you might like, then you just bring them back from the cloud one by one. File, load from cloud, and if you did save them, you'll see them up here. You click on it, load, click load. And now you have created your own layout based on scans that we've created for you. Okay? And again, you can go to our channel guide. You can go to my homepage, and all this is covered in the. Just do this again. So you go to my homepage and go to the education section, and if you click on the user guide, you know, this is all covered, like loading things to the cloud and, you know, the channel bar. And this is all searchable also, full table of contents. You can search on what you might be looking for. So listen, take your time. I mean, take some time to learn the program a little bit. You can make it as complicated as you want. And I think that's the problem with some people, is that they look at it and think, it's too complicated for me. You don't have to make it complicated. We create a lot of scans for you. And when you get used to using trade ideas, if you want, you can make your own scans, or you can tweak the ones that we've got, or you can just leave it, you know, as we've got them, and pick some themed channels. You know, we try to create enough different themed channels to satisfy different types of trading styles. Just one moment, please. All right, I'll go over the AI. There's only one alert right now, but just in general, if you have our premium service, the reason why you probably have our premium service, so you want to have access to the AI, okay? So what I would do is I would click on New from the toolbar, and then just click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And this is what you'll see. Now, never mind these two. This is sort of a docked window, but this is the window that you'll see. Only one alert today so far. Okay, and an entry price. Here's a stop. How you trade it is up to you. Okay, I say this every day, but if I get an alert anywhere, I don't care if it's on the AI or something, these are just ideas for me. This is not, okay, you take the trade immediately. I'm always going to click on the alert. I want to see where how it's trading. I want to see where there's some support or resistance. You know, I mean, and never get hung up on, well, man, if I take that time, here's an entry at 42.42, and now it's at 42.47. I guess I've missed the boat. Of course not. Okay. So, and now is this one working? No. I mean, it's a long. This might be turning into a short. But how you trade it will be up to you. You know, there's no video that says, okay, when you get this alert, this is what you do. Anything hot? Well, IMTE was hot. Still kind of hold. Now, okay, DNA is finally starting to maybe settle down a little bit. So I still have my alert set up here around 1050, and see if it can finally settle down, move through 1050 in a more of an orderly fashion. This has been a real messy one. Yeah, EFOI. Yeah, EFOI could be, it looks like it's in bounce mode right now. You know, there's a pullback. So, I mean, when you ask anything hot, I mean, this was hot. Whether it resumes being hot, I don't know. But it's trying, you know, it's pulled back. And now it's starting to climb back up again. All right, so this, why are you seeing this here? We put in when I was demonstrating, I want to get rid of this. Just want to explain what this window is all about. Give me a moment here. Okay, so this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus, all right? Only available if you are using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Okay, so I put a video or a link into a video, two videos. Brokerage Plus, if you click on that link, you will see two videos. The short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Works with no other brokerage accounts. We'd like that, and I have no idea when or if we're going to be able to add any others, okay? So please don't ask. So right now, it works with IB or E-Trade. But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan, and it's just this is an option or a feature that we have that if you do have an IB or E-Trade account, you can actually use this to trade from within. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this, all right? Okay, it's just a feature. If you want to use it, go ahead. Brokerage Plus, you'll see there's a underneath two options. One says live and one says simulation, paper trading. So the second video in that link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And I always like to demonstrate its use as a simulator because a lot of new traders, or even if you're not a new trader, but maybe you want to test a strategy and see how it would work. Okay, well, you can practice in their simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. You might be waiting to see. You're not sure what broker you want, but you want to practice some trading first. Okay, you can do it, and it's all part of our standard service. So it uses our real-time data. So what I'm going to do, let's just say I wanted to take DNA, all right? I want to take DNA. I don't want to take it right now, though. I want to take it on a pullback. Let's take it on a pullback to this level right here, or 10. So let's go 300 shares. I want to take it if it pulls back to $10. So I type in both of these boxes. Oops. So in the price box and the stop box, I type in 10. I click the buy button, and there'll be a nice big blue line that'll appear on the chart. Very soon. Come on. There. Okay, usually it's a little more quick. Anyway, so there it is. So if DNA pulls back to $10, it'll attempt to take 300 shares. And I say attempt to because, if it broke down through 10 very quickly, I may not get a full fill. But let's just pretend that I'll get that full fill. It'll come in at $10. It'll take the trade. That's how you can practice pullback trades, okay? Now, if something happens that I don't like it, it's been in there for several hours and it's not doing anything, I don't like the way the market's acting, I can always go into the order section and it's not showing up. So it should have been showing up here. Bit of a, I don't know if it's a bug in the simulator. It should be showing up here and then I would just right click and cancel it, okay? Don't know why it's not showing up. Anyway, so that is how you could take a trade in the simulator. And of course, if you want to take a trade right away, you just click on the alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, and that's how you can practice trading, guys. If you want to practice swing trading, if you leave your position in other words, you don't exit it at the end of the day, and these are hotkeys. So let's just do one to show you how it works. Something maybe moving higher. Let's wow, what a great short this was. Congrats to anybody who got it and is holding on. I mean, there's no real reason to get out of it. VGR, I mean, there was the alert at 11.97, 11.29 right now. That's a great percentage move, and there's really no reason to get out of it. I mean, maybe here, I mean, it was 11.22. Okay, you probably here you could have taken some off, okay? You know, because you wouldn't want it to come all the way back up, but you know, you would take some off probably here, and then hold the rest. Well, let's take a short here for, okay. I'll take a short of 300 shares of this BGRI that showed up on, see how it shows up right there? Okay, now if I want to get out of this trade right now, I just flatten. That's a hotkey, so I highlight it, I flatten. If I want to get out of half my trade, click on half. I want to double my position, double. These are hotkeys. Of course, I can pick exactly how many shares I wanted to trade, get out of. If I don't want to trade 50 shares, I type 50, the price. But these are just some hotkeys. So what I was trying to explain though is if you leave this in, if I don't get out by the end of the day, then this will carry forward. So that's how you can practice swing trading. I know a lot of people like to take a look at swing trading. I'm not a big swing trader, so that's why I don't cover it too much, but you want to practice swing trading. Here's a way in which you can do it. See how, you pick something you think you like to swing. And as always, always have a stop. So in other words, buy a stop. I should have taken 500 shares, but anyway, I'll just. So I've added a stop order. Hard to see. So I make 10-cent stop. So if I got stopped out of this trade, if it got up to 550, I'd lose $30. Okay, that's what that minus 30 is telling me. All right. So again, a stop. Remember, I shorted this one, so I want this price. So the whole idea of shorting, you want the price to go down, and you cover at a lower. You buy it at a lower price, thereby creating your little. The profit is, of course, between the price you shorted at and where you cover. I know people get all hung up on shorting. Just think of it just a different way of looking at it. When you buy something, you want it to go up in price. When you short something, you want it to go down. I mean, it's almost that simple. And the stop is all about, listen, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So what are you going to do? If it's not working for you, you've got to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. You just don't want to hope and pray that it's going to come back and get you in a profitable situation. So how I trade anyway is I always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't think it's working. How I establish that price, there's where the practice comes in. Typically what I do is I look at a chart. For instance, look at this 2-minute chart. As an example, a lot of action right at $5. Okay. Now I could say, okay, if it broke down through 5, I should be out of the trade because it looks like there's a lot of support. Others may use the low of a 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, the previous one. How you create your stops is going to be up to you. There's no right or wrong way. The only thing I would say wrong, A lot of people say, well, I want to have a 10-cent stop every trade or a 20-cent stop or a certain percentage. I don't agree with that because that's not really based on anything. I like to use, sort of call it some mild science in our and say, okay, that looks like a lot of support right there. If it broke down, to me, it's logical that could be a good area, that if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. To me, it's just logical. I really concentrate more, if I only have one time frame for intraday, it'd probably be the 15-minute chart, okay? I have the two, as I glance at it. I glance more at the 5, but if I only had one chart, if they said you could only have one intraday chart, it'd be the 15-minute chart, okay? And then why I have the daily and the weekly and the monthly is because I'm a momentum trader, so everything I see, all the alerts that I see are typically at the high or the low of the day. So I'm always going to glance then, looking left on the daily chart first to see, okay, if I want to take this trade, where is the next high looking left on the daily chart? As an example. I say, okay, I want it to be far enough away because I want to have, if I get into a trade, I want to have some data maybe on my side that it could run to the next high. And I'm not saying it's going to get to the next high, but I don't want the next high to block me. So in other words, if I got into this trade, I know this is a short, but let's say I took this trade long right here at 529, and I look left and the next high is 531, 3 cents away. I won't take the trade. No, so if I don't see anything on the daily, then my next look is the weekly and then the monthly. So I'm always looking left, look left, look left, look left. That's my style of trading. The only moving average I really pay attention to is the 200-day. I mean, I do have other moving averages here, but I can't profess to say that I really pay attention to them that much. I do, if I see a cross or something, yes, don't want to get too complicated on this, but the main one is the 200-day moving average. So in other words, if I looked at this trade at 530 and I thought, well, maybe I should go long, well, this is a bad example because it hasn't traded for 200 days, I guess, but take a look at DN. It's probably the same thing. Yeah, picking ones that haven't traded. HIMX. Okay, so there's the 200-day moving average, 1231. Let's pretend that the 200-day moving average was at 15. I wouldn't take the trade, okay, because I'd look at that and go, man, that 200-day moving average could stop it. That is sort of one of the most, probably the universal indicator that is used, even for somebody like me who doesn't pay as much attention to all the different indicators that are out there. The VWAP, I'm aware of it, okay? It doesn't dictate my trading style so much, but I'm aware of it. But that's just me. This is not, a recommendation to trade like me. I'm just, it's just the way I view things. Yeah, it should be coming. I don't know when. Somebody asked about the MACD on the charts. What I would do, get mad at trade ideas and say, why the heck don't you have MACD on the charts? Coming from the customer is way more powerful, okay? So I just put in info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, how come you don't have MACD on the charts? So Tom, what you're saying then is you should never look at stocks that are 30 and under. It's that simple. I mean, it is truly that simple. I know it's hard because all of a sudden you see some stock that's $5 that doubles or triples, and you go, man, I wish I were in that. But based on just what you said, these 30 and under stocks burn me just too often, then don't trade them. Put your price at a minimum of 30 and just trade those. And you'll just have to disregard the fact that some, the ones that under 30 that are moving and you're not in them, don't let it frustrate you too much. You have to find, something that makes sense for you. I mean, they're fun to trade when they work for you, but they're not so much fun. Look, the iSig was a great example. Shoot. In fact, I was going to mention iSig was basing at 26 for quite a while. Right around here, or 27, I guess. But this is a very, very hard trader. About $1 million in the float. I mean, it's a very, very difficult trader. Yeah, IMTE unfortunately was not shortable Interactive Brokers, but an awesome short. All right, guys, so TRX is just showing up, TIRX. Now, so look left. Look left. So would I hop in this trade right now? Not before I look left. And what do I see? I see, looking left, I see 224. I could stall it. 224, 231. So I wish this weren't here. It's that simple. I wish this weren't here. What I would wish is, for this to be underneath this price. And for a nice big, what we call a nice big void, nice big gap, that this could keep running until it hits the next high on the daily chart. Now, this could keep running. I mean, it may not matter, but I try to put the odds in my favor. What I should have mentioned earlier is that it's a good idea to have a checklist about why you're going to take a trade, all right? In fact, I'll even express it the other way. You should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what, in my opinion, that's what it's really all about, because you got to be selective. If you're just chasing things because, wow, it looks good, I think I'm going to run it, and then it drops. Well, if you're just chasing stuff like that just because, the fear of missing out and all of that, well, you're not going to turn into a successful trader. So, in my opinion, you should have a checklist. And if you cannot check every box, do not take that trade. The other thing is, don't trade try not to trade out of boredom. Don't feel so antsy. You got to be in a trade all day long. If I'm not into trade, boy, it's been an hour since I've been into trade. I better get into a trade. Another, you can chop your account up so easily by doing that, just out of boredom. Now, most of the things are already checked for me based on my scans. In other words, I never have to worry about a certain price range. Am I going to, I have a certain price range I like to trade. I know based on my scans that it's going to be in that price range because that's what I do. I know that it's going to have enough volume because I put that in my scans. It has to have a certain minimum volume. I know it's going to have the right relative volume. So a lot of things I'm already able to check based on the scans I've got, or based on the filters I'm using on my scans. So really what I'm checking then is I get the alert, I look left. I look to see what the pattern is. I don't want to, even if there was a ton of room on this one, okay, but it was 10 5-minute candles in a row up, I'm not going to take the trade. Probably too extended. I probably would want to wait for it to base a little bit and maybe pop up again on some volume. And then again, if it had room. So there's a lot of things that go on into trading. My style anyway. Anybody's style, really. But what happens is over the course of time, and you do this long enough, for me, I can kind of size things up really quickly, whether I want to do it or not. And I just move on. That video should cover it, Anthony. The Brokerage Plus video that I popped in should cover it. The first video shows how to connect to E-Trade. I mean, there are two videos. The short video should cover it. If you've watched, because it shows you how either to Interactive Brokers or to E-Trade how you connect. Did you watch that short video? If not, I'll have to send you because I don't connect to either. So, but let me just see something here. Brokerage Plus. But if you can answer that question, if you watch that short video, it should be telling you exactly how to connect to your E-Trade account. See, I don't call it scalping. So I mean, it depends what you mean by scalping, Tom. I mean, it all depends on the like the price of the security. I mean, I think if I got into a stock at 10.36 and it went up to 11 quickly, maybe you would call that a scalp. I call that a great percentage move in a short period of time. I would like it to go further, but I'm never taking a trade to get 5 cents, 10 cents. I mean, it may happen that way because I don't like the way it's trading, but I'm not in it for that. But you have to find the trading style that meets your personality. There's no question about it. I'm not just talking to you, Tom, but you've already answered your questions. You like the 1 to 300 with slow and steady uptrends with big positions? That's your style. Stick with it. So Anthony, if that video did not show you how to do it, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage then, because that short video, if that did not show you how to connect your E-Trade account to your satisfaction, then I can't help you, but I can send you to our homepage and maybe they can help you. Now, the other thing is, oh, you don't have the option. What version of Trade Ideas are you using? Because there it is, E-Trade Connect. So what version of Trade Ideas are you using? If you click on Help and About, it'll tell you the version. I'm in a development version, but I mean, what version of Trade Ideas are you using? Because that's been around for a long time. The ability to connect to E-Trade. It's the only thing I can think of. Because when you click on Brokers, right there, you should see E-Trade right there, and there it is. So if you don't see this in a list, then you must be on a very early version of Trade Ideas. Mr. Real, good morning. Well, if you click on, okay, first of all, Anthony, so if you click on, if you're in the Brokerage Plus window, you see your Brokerage Plus window, there is something right beside new, it says brokers, one of five. When you click on brokers, do you not see E-Trade in the list? Okay, so again, click on the brokers in your Brokers Plus window. Click on brokers. If you don't see E-Trade in the list, that means that you're in some version of Trade Ideas that is, you know, not current at all. Because this has been an option for a while, and you just see it says connect. Boy, this VGR, oh my goodness, what a short, more, again, when I was explaining, you know, our argument to be made that you could have taken some profit right around here, you know, I'm just looking at this 2-minute chart, but staying in the trade, well, if you don't have that, then you better go to our homepage and download a later version of, now the next thing, Anthony, just click on help. Okay, click on help and about. That'll tell you the version you're on. You must be on some really early version. You're going to have to update your version. Okay, so click on help and about, and you probably have some version like, I don't know, 4 point something. All right, let me see anything happening here. See the Lucid. Boy, the Lucid, nice bounce play today for Lucid, LCID. How's Doug doing? So VGR just got okay, Anthony. You okay? That's why. All right, you better go to our home page. Go to my home page. That's the reason you're on a really early version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, I mean, if you want the E-Trade, I mean, you know, you don't have to do this, but if you do want to have E-Trade connected, okay, so you click on my homepage link and go up to the download software, okay, and download. You can download, this version is fine, or you can download the beta, but you've got to get onto at least a 5.5.32. The beta is down here. I think they still have a beta. Beta's fine. Okay. But that's the only way you'll get that E-Trade in there. Yeah, so Bobby, I don't have any specific tips, okay? But what I would do is Michael put that together, and it's a series of videos on chart reading and all, okay? So if you click on my home page, You click on that homepage link. Well, I mean, it was put together by Michael at Trade Ideas, so I mean, it's a great little series. Oh, so I don't understand your question then. Any tips and tricks regarding the charts? I don't understand your question then. What do you mean? So you're not asking for chart reading as such, because this series goes into all of this. You know, what is a chart? Intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, trends, etc. It's all free. Well, you can put I don't put trend lines, but I mean, I think we have, but I don't think they extend. We're not a massive. So markup, we have trend lines, so you know you can click. So if you right click on a chart and go to markup and then pick trend line, and I guess you can draw a trend line somehow there. I just drew a trend line, okay, and then click it. And I don't think it extends though, like most charting programs. Okay, but you can do it. So again, if you right click on a chart, go to markup and then trend line. And then just practice, you know, drawing them. Yeah, our charts are pretty basic. Okay, we're not a full-blown charting package. I mean, program. I mean, we're all trying to add more things to our charts, but we're not. You know, if you're looking for charting programs that have hundreds of indicators and all that, this is not the one. But you're right. With right-clicking, you can do some stuff, and then the indicators that we do have. Right-click indicators. We do have these indicators. Okay, one moment, please. Just got to change my headset. I'm new, guys. TSP is now breaking out. Little red bar, well, not quite, but TSP is trying to break out here. You know, again, hammered yesterday, crawling back. All right, let's take a look at the markets. The market's really not doing much, guys. I mean, the Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little, market flattening out. So not a lot of action really. I'm just looking at some of the things that I have thumbnailed. NVAX. Let's take a look at NVAX. Yeah, a while back. Man. What a 159, 149. Yeah, well, if you told me about it right here, let's see, the daily, the next low is 144.56. All right, guys, I'm just, again, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. This TSP is sort of interesting. I mean, the longer it holds over 34, that whole number, I mean, obviously, look at the gap. I mean, you get as high as 40. Actually, it was higher than that in the pre-market. Go back and look at this one. I mean, this was just a crazy one. I mean, it was as high as $42 in the pre-market. This is yesterday, and then it just fell. Looked like great news. Market got all excited about it. Market opened, and it just fell flat in its face. Man, DNA has been a tough one. I keep looking at all these. When I say tough, I mean just look at a 15-minute chart, okay? Look at DNA on a 15-minute chart. I'll bring out a bigger chart, and this is what I mean by tough. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails, topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it just will drive you crazy. That's why you got to steer away from something that looks like this. I know I've been talking about it because I've been so interested in it, what it did yesterday, and what it could keep doing. But I mean, it is just it's a tough trader right now. I keep thinking that if it could finally just sort of base a little bit and make small little moves up without all these topping tails and bottoming tails. But right now, I mean, it's just a real. I just can't trade it. As opposed to, look at, oh God, I can't believe it. Look at VGR. Okay, let's bring out a big chart for VGR. This is what you want to see. Okay, I mean, there's a bottoming tail, yes, but I mean, nowhere near as erratic. No up, down, up, down, up, down. Until this point right there, that's the first green candle, okay? And even then, it just sort of rested for a while, okay? I mean, that's just that's what you want to see. Even if you look at a 5-minute chart, I mean, the lower the time frame, you expect more whippiness. But even a 5-minute chart, I mean, a little bit of a topping tail there, but a base, a little bit of a pop here. That's where you probably would have taken some profit. But look, nice little base, move down. So not wild gyrations up and down. That's what you want. No idea what you mean by that. Stay disciplined. All right, guys, it is 11:42, so I just want to confirm today's Thursday. I want to confirm that it is Jamie in the room today when I take my break. Okay, just confirmed. It is Jamie. So I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. When I do take my break, Jamie will take over in our YouTube room. You can head over there if you want. I will put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. And again, so we do have the sale on right now. If you go to my homepage, that is the promotion to use, the code. So yeah, just go to my homepage and then click on, when you click on my homepage link, and then click on the Get Trade Ideas, and here's the promo code, okay? So we do have the sale on, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Ah, the 20 lessons, sure, okay. Blais, Mr. Blais, Monsieur Blais, if that's the French pronunciation for you. If you go to my homepage link, okay, go to my homepage link, click on it, so it's right underneath. Hopefully you can see this. And then one of the sections, the education section, right here, click here, and as Real is saying, take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, all right? This goes over the basic features of trade ideas. What's a top list, building a top list, what's an alert window, creating an alert window, etc. Okay, all the way down, creating price alerts, introduction to the cloud, etc. Okay? And then if you really want to dive into it, but I would look at this first, and then if you really want to dive into it, then we have this user guide. But first, I would look at the introductory lessons. I wouldn't look at this first. But this is got. But it is all in sections also. Alerts and filters, how to create sound alerts. All these things are here too. Plus a fully searchable guide. But I would look at the 20 lessons first. I know they would like to have it certainly by February 14th. Why February 14th? No, not just because it's Valentine's Day, but that's when the next test drive is. It could be earlier than that, sometime in the month. I know the channel is there, but they're trying to set up different races. I personally have not found a way to use it. Okay, to make money. Okay, it's that simple. I have not found a way. Until I can find that way, I mean, really, my style of trading, it probably doesn't suit it. But I'll run a race a little bit later. You can run races now. You can do it now if you want. It's just the channel isn't available. What they're trying to do is create a bunch of canned races. So again, if you click on an alert, a top list window, I don't have one here, but if you click on a top list window right now, you can run a race. The problem is my layout. You're talking about what you see here. It's probably too cluttered. They like to have it less cluttered in the channel. I mean, that's why I just say, look, you can pick and choose what you want. Now, I do have a channel which doesn't cover these three, but it does cover, it's called Barry's Watch List. So it does cover the options, which again, not too much activity. I guarantee next month we'll have a lot more activity here, okay? And then here's my watch list up, and surprised the watch list down isn't here, but watch list up and the repeating version. So sort of a mini version of what I have to offer. But you can always just take a look at my scans and pick and choose what you want. My style of trading is not necessarily everybody's, so yeah, I remember you posted something a long time ago, Shady, a long time ago, earlier today, about AMC, and what was the trigger around here? 85 or so? So it is very interesting now. It's over the whole number. The next high looking left is about 29.68. It's got some room. There's the 200 days, so that's far enough away. So it definitely has some room. It's got a whole 29 though. TSP is starting to work, guys. TSP is starting to work. The guys are doing their job. They said they were going to be hosting some. Join the Too Simple. I probably changed my name on that, but anyway, executives as they speak on the future of autonomous trucking. I don't know when it's supposed to happen, but I don't know if it's happening. Oh, so that's January 5th. So that's in the future. So they're trying to rescue this after the big fall from yesterday. Baba, let's take a look at Baba. I haven't looked at this, is sort of out of the range I like to trade, but Now, why would you want to short this one? This is what Real would say. I mean, listen, there's a way to short this, of course, you know, if it on a capitulation type move, but you know, you're looking to short this. I mean, this is a pretty strong move right now. But it is coming into maybe 122, 123. There's your next high looking left. I haven't been able to pay close enough attention to your alerts, Zach, from your topping, but I see a lot of them are, quite a few of them probably are working pretty well. There's a lot of alerts today, hardly any yesterday. It's strange. So I was asked a question in our YouTube room, what do I think about ALLK? What I think is this, is that it's held 10 very nicely. You probably, if you don't know I mean, it obviously had a horrible, horrible day, but a few analysts, quote unquote analysts, stepped in and said, you know what, we think this should be $24. Put a price target of 24. I think including Goldman, that's all I can comment on it. You know, I mean, I don't know anything else other than that. Other than the fact that it is held 10 really nicely. But if you're asking me, do I like it? Or, I mean, you just have to, I mean, right now, I mean, it's not doing anything. But if you believe that these three analysts very aggressively put a price target of 24, well, that's up to you, of course. Yeah, a lot has changed, Anthony. Playboy. Playboy's on the run here. PLBY is on. Wow, this is interesting, guys. I mean, look left on this one. I mean, there's 29.41. 29.41 is the next high looking left. Again, when I say it looks interesting, all I'm saying is that, you know, the next high looking left is, you know, over $2 away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you sort of take one aspect of why a stock wouldn't keep moving out of the equation, which would be some chart resistance. You know, but that's, you know, that's $2 away over a whole number. You know, some volume came in. These Russian, well, I don't know if they're just Russian bots, but plaguing YouTube. YouTube has to have another way to do this, Pepe. Now that they're not able to put the parentheses around these new ones that are showing up. Guys, TSP. I mean, it's been a nice little move here, right off that break here. All right, guys, it is now 11:56. So Jamie is going to show up pretty soon in our YouTube room. So what I want to do is just put the announcement in. I'm on a break. Back around. So I'm still here. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in our YouTube room. Oh, and I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Jamie's way more of a swing trader than I am. Also, he's got a lot of experience using Brokerage Plus and E-Trade, okay? But Brokerage Plus in general. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, you can head over there. I'll just put the YouTube link in. Jamie, I see you're streaming now. Okay, I will stop the stream in YouTube. Have a fun hour, Jamie. YouTube. Have a fun hour, Jamie. YouTube.
Okay, I think I've got it. All right, hi everybody. Welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we set aside for the live support session, as Barry was just talking about before I took the helm here. So just, any question about the software, any of its components, any of its windows, just throw your question into the questions panel and I'll do my best to answer it. Hello, Iris. Boxing, what is his channel? Not really sure I understand the comment there. Or the question. Hey Pete, what's going on? So yeah, Barry was just talking about Playboy. As you can see on my chart, I pulled it up as well. Just bouncing off this little area that's currently acting as a little bit of resistance. But look what we have coming up here. We got the green line, which is also the 10 period, so it'll be interesting if we do make it up here to this little area right here. That could be a stopping point. But how's the volume in Playboy today? And we can see that right here, 0.37 relative. Not really heating up on the smaller time frames either, but a move is a move nonetheless. Just kind of seems to be in sync with a lot of other plays out there. We've got a lot of big movers today coming through the high volume ticker on the smaller caps. That's because the IWM is a little bit more perky than all the other indexes here. Everything's still pretty sleepy though. We'll get these little spikes in the 1 minute time frame, but everything else is pretty sleepy, and that's the way it's been for most of the week as we get through this kind of a traditionally dead week between Christmas and New Year's. All right, decent little crowd in here. I guess that's probably because everybody's still at home enjoying the slow time. A little bit of an anomaly this year. Usually we get one of the market days off for New Year's, but because of the way that it fell this year, market's open tomorrow, and the market is also open next Monday. So there is no market holiday this year for New Year's, just in case anybody's wondering. It's game on tomorrow and it's game on next Monday. Alright, so no questions yet, but if you feel the urge, go ahead and throw it in there. Been watching one of my new favorite Market Explorer windows here. As we can see over here on the left, right here. Pull back to the 10 period SMA. Showing some pretty interesting swing trading candidates. I mean, I heard Barry talking about I'm much more of a swing trader than he is, but I got to be honest here. Lately, I've been more of a day holder, trying to close most of my things out by the close, just because the market's a little tricky right now. Once the new year starts and the volume comes back in, probably flip it around a little bit. The usual question, Iris. Any new scanners? Well, as far as new things that I've been watching, I personally haven't created any groundbreaking new scanners, but I do like this one. So let's take a look at some of the plays. You know, it's pretty active. You'll see these things repeat, right? What showed up yesterday might still show up today if it hasn't really moved. So let's just take a look at some of these charts here. All right, APT, this has been a repeat offender. It's been coming through a lot as of late. But what do we have here? Not the prettiest chart, a couple of big days before. But coming down to the 10 period and that nice little wick there, a little bit above it right now. All right, BLPH coming into the day. You know, we had an open down here on the intraday, and we've got a nice little run up today. And the cozy part about these is they're all going to be nestled up right to that 10 period. Now, the ones that we're looking at, some have already made nice moves, some have not. I mean, there's double I, double N. Man, it's just been wicking off that 10 period for a while now. So from a swing trade perspective, you know what your risk is, right? Just slightly below that 10 period there. So you can take some relatively, well, I mean, you'd still be risking about 45 cents on a almost a $4 stock there. So that is a pretty big percentage basis. But from a visual perspective, it's very easy to ascertain your risk levels here. Betting that the 10 period is going to act as some form of support here. All right. And if it is a big percentage, you know, that you're going to have to risk, well, you would just size your shares down accordingly. Well, I'm unable to, let's see. Yeah. Even though this is a Market Explorer window. And by the way, I can easily share this one, or I can always come up here to New, go to my Market Explorer. When I right click and go to Server Window, these are all the ones that are available. You'll see this one is the latest one down here at the bottom. So yeah, sure, I can share that one, or you can just spawn it from a new Market Explorer at any time. So I tell you what, let's go ahead and drop that cloud link in there. There you go. Pull back to the 10 period. NES, once again, that's the type of action you want to see. Sellers took control for a little bit, but boom, right back up to that 10 period every time. So, you know, if you get these alerts early, you know, if you start watching these in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes, they can turn into decent day trades, you know. What do we have the open here at 213? So roughly speaking, still predicated on the, you know, the 10 period acting as that support level, but not a bad intraday play either. 214 up to almost 230. If you like what's going on into the close, maybe you peel some off, book a little profit, hold the rest for a swing trade, or do the whole thing as a swing trade. Notice what we have here. Wick all the way down, but boom, right back above here on the 10 period. Once again, COMM, a little bit bigger cap stock showing up here. Wick right down below and then snaps right back. So just keep in mind, these are all very simple, just predicated on proximity to the 10 period. Few showing up here that I haven't seen. GRTX having a heck of a past couple of weeks. Yep, this is a Market Explorer. You can always tell by the E in the upper left-hand corner of the window there. And the SPY is continuing to trudge along. Let's see here, 478.81. Yeah. Briefly popped all-time highs. Notice what the SPY is doing over here on the intraday. Of course, we're well above the 10 period on the daily. kind of having a little battle here on the 15-minute 10 period. If we can get a closing candle above that line, well, we might want to make one more run at a high before the day is over. But we all have to keep in mind how anemic volume levels are. That's not to say volume can't come in. Interesting that RSP right here, all right, RSP being the S&P tracking index for an equally weighted S&P versus the big boy, which is heavily weighted in a handful of tech stocks. Kind of interesting that the volume levels on the relative side here are considerably higher than the SPY. Don't know why, just an observation. Pete, how do I feel about BBIO? Well, let's take a peek here. Well, obviously the massive gap down didn't help things if you were long. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. Yep. This thing is just floating out in space. Let's just go one more here. Yeah. Let's see here. That one was coming through earlier. I didn't see it. Oops. Yeah, going back to the weekly here. I mean, it's in no man's land right now. I mean, we look to the left under anything that could have previously acted as support there. All right. This is going to be an interesting level moving forward. How many days have we been here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So clearly this new little level right here is the area of interest. If we do get some closing action above that, well, we got this whole gap in play. So you just never know. All bets are off right now. Now, if I didn't currently, I mean, obviously I don't have a position in BBIO, but if I was going to try to play this thing, well, what do we have here for a low? We've got 1120. And we've got a high up here, 1487. So not quite a 4-point range here, but clearly risk is defined. You'd either wait for a break to the upside or a break to the downside. This thing breaks to the downside. It's not going to be that good because there's nothing to act as support. Yep, I mean, that gap is alluring there, Pete. But we'd have to have a little oomph to get in there. And who knows how many days it might do the sideways dance down here. Could be a few weeks. Could be shorter. Could be longer. All right, Andrew, I see your question there. The question is how to receive buy and sell alerts from Holly the AI. Okay, so let's check out this window right here, okay? Notice what this says right here. All trades, and this is the AI blotter right here, okay? So these are the only 2 trades that the AI has produced today, all right? Took a while to produce one, keeping in mind this is Pacific time right here. So almost an hour and a half into the open, market opens at 8:30 here in Texas. Almost an hour and a half before the first signal was produced by Holly. Okay, then we had another one just at the top of the hour here as we started the support session. So these are the only 2 signals that Holly has produced today. So as long as you have your all trades blotter up, you will see all the AI trades pop up in real time as they occur. Now, if you're a little unsure how to get this window up, same as Market Explorer, we just go to the New tab, and we would find the AI Strategy Trades window. Spawn another one. It comes right up. So that's the best way to keep tabs, Andrew, on when the AI alerts come. Now, having said that, the other AI window, these are all of the strategies that the AI showed up to today's session with. Okay, so quite a few strategies here. 1, 2, 3, 4 shorts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 longs. So a total of 10 strategies made the cut after the AI did all of its analysis and computations and backtesting and optimization yesterday after the market closed. Now, the only strategy that has produced any trades thus far today is this nickelback strategy. We can see the strategy name up here. Holy Grail, the very first AI module that we created, is running this strategy, and it's only kicked out 2 trades. Any of these other strategies, if the conditions are met, if that very extensive filter set and the alert fire, well, then we would see another trade. But these are very specific filter sets and alerts, so everything has to line up accordingly in order for a trade to be executed or a signal to be produced from one of those strategies. So Andrew, let me know if that helps illuminate the topic there, or let me know if I need to go into further detail about any of the AI metrics there. All right, Circle, checking out your question here. Combo of short float percent and oversold on the RSI. What are the amounts that might interest you for bounce potentials on the daily time frame? Well, I'm sure you guys have heard Michael Noss. He's a big relative strength fan, right? I think I've got relative strength on my daily here. Let me just check this out real quick. Make sure that is it. Okay. I do believe that is my pink. Yeah, okay. Can't really see it that well, though. Okay, that's a little bit better. We'll just, who cares about volume right now? But what Circle's referring to combo of short float percent oversold with declining relative strength. That would make for a good bounce candidate. Okay, VGR, been talking about this one a lot today. A lot of people have been hitting this one. Set up really nicely on the 5-minute earlier in the day. Okay, so of course I just kind of stared at it. I was busy doing something else. I should have hit it right here, okay, because we had the big gap down. Sellers remain in control. Then we get a little 15 minutes of sideways action. Boom, and then a move lower. So right there around 12:05. Good for right about a point, a little over a point there. And now it's continuing to consolidate. But look what's happening to relative strength here. I mean, it's just taking a header straight down. All right. Now, of course, what do we got here? Not really seeing anything on the daily until we get back to this area of congestion right here, which, surprise, surprise, that's where it's decided to take a little hiatus. All right. So all of this area back in here, and this little choppy mess back here, is currently acting as support. Now, as far as short float goes, what are we looking at here? Not that big on the short float, but yes, all these things combined, diminishing relative strength, high short float, those are all good factors. Once the stock does find a reasonable area that could act as support, those are some of the plays that are going to have these face ripping up days when and if all the catalysts do fire. But just getting back to the potential for a bounce, I definitely want to see something that could act as support, not like the BBIO. Well, it does have a couple of days, but I'd like to see more days on that one. Let's see what relative strength is on that guy as well. same type of action after this thing happened. Now it's starting to creep back up here. I'd like to see a few more days. If we get 7, 8, 9, 10 days of consolidation down here, then that would, to use the trapeze analogy, it's forming a net. Okay. On day one, like this, there is no net, right? But we get a little bit more time here, form a safety net in case we're wrong. We know our exit. You got rising relative strength and a big short float. These are the ones that could rip. BBIO, a little bit better of a short float here. Let's check out some of the other. Let's pull up the old Squeeze Me. I haven't looked at that one in a while. Which is a short list, a short top list. Well, how could that one not be in my cloud? I'll tell you what. Huh. Stand by 1 second, guys. Maybe I'm missing it. There we go. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. Ah, here we go. This is the one that I was looking for. There we go. All right, where's my short float here? Okay. On the list currently, the biggest short float percentage is ASO. 27%. Now, down here in this little range initially, I mean, the train's pretty much already left the station. But once we had this little downturn here, notice relative strength, at the bottom of this move, we were immediately starting to turn up here. Looking at this level right here as a risk level, right? Butting perfectly up against with this area back from July, acting as support. Once we got that bounce in, not bad. Relative strength increasing, bouncing off some support. And then, even better, once we get up to the 10 period, a strong close, a few more days of consolidation, and then another move higher. So Circle, this is kind of a prime example of, what I think you would look for using that technique. Of course, obviously we want to identify it in this little area right here, but this is a great example. And that's not a problem, Circle. Perfect. That was accidental, by the way. Neo is on the move. Well, let's take a peek. Boy, that is a nice little, that's just a nice little move right there. 13.48% thus far. Yes, as the adage goes, no pun intended. All right. I'm wondering what this filter set is like on here. It's been a while since I saw it. Minimum float of 50 million. Well, What happens if we get rid of that float? Not really a whole lot of new candidates, I don't think. Well, actually, I stand corrected. Let's get that Neo back up here again. Oh, okay, Matthias, I see you're talking about the options there. Oh, yeah. Big money in those options once you get past that strike price. Okay, so we are getting, a few more hits on here when we look at the small floats, which, hey, when you're talking about a short squeeze, high float percentage short coupled with a low float, there are several types of accelerants you can throw into the fire once the stock starts moving. It's heavily shorted. Heavy shorts, then you have regular buyers betting on the move, and then you have buyers covering their short positions, and you tack a low float on top of that. Well, now you're really cooking with gas. So those can be some of the bigger movers. Not a bad one there on Arch. KDM must be a buyout. MDRX just coiling. But I don't see any freakishly large short floats. Of course, that can always change. This J-Well has been on my radar a lot here lately. Enjoying a nice move from 5 not too long ago, all the way up to north of 20. A little chatter about DNA. Enjoying a nice couple of up days here. Alright, I've been focusing my efforts a little bit on the respective ETFs, the major ETFs. Of course, the action has been a little lackluster in this week. Pretty much just kind of flat to up a smidge trading these ETFs. But I think hopefully once we get the holidays behind us, back to quote-unquote normal activity. No big surprise to see a lot of these smaller cap, smaller dollar stocks having pretty decent moves today. Once again, because the IWM continuing to do that thing that the IWM does. Crunch this up a little bit. You can see after that last top that we hit, well, right back down. There we go. Right back down to the bottom of this channel again. So the IWM remains fickle. A lot of people, including myself, thought, okay, maybe this is going to be the time where it consolidates above. This level becomes resistance, or excuse me, support as opposed to resistance. But nope, not that time either. But it's uncanny, This little area right here has been maintained ever since the first of the year. We've been range bound in this guy. And about halfway back through the original range, and then we got this little area up here to deal with. Heck, even if we could close here and bounce around here for a while, would make a good chance for another new high. Not a whole lot of trade around opportunity in any of the Holly plays today. Nice little wick action there off of that intraday 20 period. Yeah, one would think that, well, I mean, what a nice run, you know. AMC higher today by about 5%. Of course, the Big Daddy, GME, looking very similar. A lot of these SPACs doing the same thing. A lot of big runs and then all the way back. All right, here's one that everybody's probably been familiar with as of late. Robinhood. What we peak out at here on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th day of trading, as high as $85. And you can see what has happened since then. It's churning around down here, but this is getting to a point where it might be worth scaling into a swing position. Risks clearly definable. Areas of interest easy to map out here. Relative strength bottoming out and slowly starting to grind back up here as we consolidate. Of course, look who we have here, kind of keeping the action tapped down. A close above that 10 period would be extremely bullish. Quite the large float in Robinhood, just 375 million. Small amount of shares short. I know that Robinhood allegedly is going to enhance the crypto functionality. Right now, if you want to trade crypto through them, it's just you put your fiat money in, and then you can trade their products. There's no transferring in and out of respective tokens like Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of the other coins that they trade. Allegedly, that's going to be a new functionality in the new year. So we'll have to stay tuned with that, see if it actually happens, which that would be good for the industry if they did. Pardon me while I respond to a message real quick here. All right, any questions that you guys have, do not be shy. We're about halfway through the hour-long session now. Right as I came in, I heard Barry talking about the races, and the races are really cool. It's been a little challenging to find something that kind of works consistently regarding the races. So let's initiate a race based on, okay, options volume today. Obviously ALSN rarely trades options. That's why we're seeing such a huge multiple here. But Barber, 9 times normal. GPN, 7 times normal. And some of these stocks will have big moves, some of them will not, but the volume should be pretty good if the options volume is that crazy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that these are going to be rippers, but sometimes they are. They can be, especially with all that options volume and volume in the common as well. So we can see right here just a snapshot, and of course keep in mind the top list is going to update every 30 seconds. But one of these guys might come to life and start doing a lot more option volume, and we won't really see this number change a whole lot. But if we run a stock race and sort it by options volume today, and say we run it for 15 minutes, then that's going to show us in real time the acceleration when someone's stomping on the gas on the options for a particular stock. So let's just see what happens here. And we're going to put it on options volume today on both of these fields. I tell you what, let's throw out 20 cars, and we'll do a 15-minute race here. When is the next test drive? Let's see here. I want to say, and don't quote me on this, I could be wrong, but I want to say February for the next test drive. I can throw out a feeler here and just see. Alright, so we're 14 seconds into the race. We'll just kind of put it down here for now and let that thing do its thing. Yeah, just checking out my blotter. Everything's pretty dead. Boy, that's not too bad looking there on 9's intraday action. A little micro stock, but hey, nice little breakout right here around 93 cents, and this thing topped out at $1.24. Not too shabby. There's always a bull market somewhere, as they say. So where is FIS? Okay, FIS is one of the top 3 up here, right? But just staring at this column of numbers here, you're like, I don't really see anything. But when we look over here, it's starting to pick up. And of course, this is still way early. Who knows who's going to win? But we'll keep it on the radar here. Yes, correct. I was correct. February is the next test drive, 15th to be exact. February 15th. Well, stand corrected again. Let's see, February. Yep, February 14th, because we start on a Monday. So good old Valentine's Day. So now you can't forget it. Next test drive starts on Valentine's Day. Sorry, I just realized I was on mute as I was talking about Baba. Um, nice action today. Up 10%. Trying to get out of this little range right here. Of course, the upper limit here, about 130. But as I was talking to nobody just a minute ago, this is very bullish. If we get a close above the 10 period here, well, then this area could be in play. Sorry about that. Did not know I had hit the old mute button. Another small cap flyer today. Not that big of a gap here. I mean, 336. Boom, all that was gettable. With the 336 open right here. Ooh, I see movement on the race. Let's see, yep, FIS. Still ruling the roost, and just as I was indicating earlier, just because the options volume is accelerating doesn't necessarily mean the chart is going to be desirable. And of course, we know what we're up against here on the daily for FIS. Would need to close above this level to get some of this slop in play over here. Oh, okay. Well, I missed that. I didn't get that. You're talking about in my Market Explorer window, right? These are updated on a these are updated on a daily basis. Okay, so these are all looking at the daily candles. Which stock were you talking about the daily there, Pete? Now, some of the other Market Explorer windows, Iris will update in real time. But when we're talking about the daily, we have to wait for the daily closes. Okay, yes, Pete. Yes to which, was there a specific symbol chart in which you were referencing? The red bars trailing down? Or are you referring to this area back here? Because this level right here, I'm talking about resistance from this little area right here, okay? From here to here. Now, if we get a close above here, then, anything in here, this little slop area, because it's not real definable here. What was the symbol? I can't remember. Was it? I can't remember the last symbol I had up. I wish I could. Oh, see, we got GPN trying to take the lead here. Nothing really conducive to look at here. Eyes go to this level on the daily. Ah, Baba. Okay. How could I forget? Okay. So you're talking about this down here, right? You're talking about these guys right here. So this is the level that acted, and of course, who would have known? You never knew that it was going to turn on this day, but after it did turn and it's creating this little range here, well then all we do is, this is the new area of interest, so to speak. Okay, we're in this range right here. Yes, we had the trailing, consecutive down days with the exception of the 24th, it looks like. Good old green bar. This is classic example of a green bar ignored. Because we had 3 consecutive down days leading up to the green bar. Technically consider that a red bar. So then we had the green bar sandwiched between the red bars and a continuation of that level. So interestingly enough, that is a green bar ignored right there. And we do have windows for that in the Market Explorer. Or actually, it's not in the Market Explorer, but it's part of the same tech, right? It's been a while since I pulled this one up. Okay, premium, RBI, and GBI. Of course, we only have these on the intraday time frame. So if we look at, say, and of course they're going to be blank, so we have to wait for the next 15-minute bar to close, but maybe in the next 2 minutes we'll see something pop up here. We don't have these readily available for the dailies, but that just kind of jumped out at me. Ribbit. Nice wick action on this one. Not exactly my style. What do we got left here? We got about 3 minutes in the race. And unless something crazy happens, yes, GPN is going to be the winner. Can't necessarily say I'm too excited about this one. But if we were going to attempt a swing trade, I'd probably give it a little bit below that 10 period there in hopes that we gravitate up to this level here. 10 period catches up, might act as the catalyst, but we do have a little bit of room there. Well, hey there, Mike. Was wondering where you were. Holiday greetings to you and everybody else. We definitely had a Texas Christmas here. It was in the low 80s for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. But here, December is just the warm-up for winter. If it's going to get nasty, it's typically going to be in January. Or, of course, we had the polar vortex fly through last February. So hopefully that's over and done, because it was not a lot of fun. All right, an XLY. This one was pretty interesting today. Consumer discretionary, showing really high counts on the compare count window that I've attached to all the components within this sector. Took a little bit on in the first 5 minutes. These are 15-minute candles, keep in mind. And then, of course, we had the shimmy down on the 15-minute, which is not unusual. The algo's shaking the tree. About a little bit more down here, and so it's up nicely currently. Of course, in XLB, I'm a little underwater. But overall, up a smidge. And in this market environment, that's perfectly fine. All right, and it does look like GPN is going to be the big winner. Nothing else is even close. So, if I hadn't run this race, and I got to say, this does look like it could be a decent swing trade. Moving forward, we got room from 136.68 up to approximately 140, 141 maybe. Maybe I'm being a little bit generous there. About 140 though. All right, GPN, congratulations. Oh, who was in second place here? Just eyeballing it. Looks like Allison. Interesting on the BRBR here, and keep in mind, just because the stock didn't win the race, you still got 10 things to take a peek at. Which you never know. You might just stumble onto a decent looking chart regardless of whether or not the stock won the stock race. I'm just going to quickly scroll through these. Yeah, short-term bond fund, no wonder it's down there. INVH. All right, for a minute I thought GDRX was GRTX. So, if I was scrolling through these guys looking for decent chart patterns, even though they did not win the race, sometimes you're going to notice, what if I saw one of these guys that was also on my pullback to the 10-period SMA? That would even generate more interest. Don't see any of those in this example, but just throwing that out there. Eek. All right, twist. Clearly setting up an area of support at the present time. I was about to say pretty low risk, but that's still 5 points from where it is now to the ends of these wicks here. All right, well, we tried. Nothing really groundbreaking on that race. Please check beyond. Hi, option radar is a new feature. Jace, no, it is not. It's just a window that I built a very long time ago. It's a top list window. So I'll drop it in the chat just in case anybody wants it. So notice this is a T window. Let me make sure it's on real time there. Live. Yep, it's going to be sorted by options volume. Just a quick reminder here on the options volume percent. 100 would mean normal volume, so it's a percentage filter. So 100% normal options volume for the day. 2 is 2x, 3 is 3x, so forth and so on. So there's the cloud link for the options radar. And now beyond the meat. Okay, Beyond Meat, IPO'd not too long ago. Well, it seems like not too long ago, but actually a lot longer than I thought. So, notice where it's doing its little consolidation dance right here. Putting in a nice level corresponding with this area back here from March of 2020. Tell you what, let's just go ahead and take a look at the weekly. Okay. Probably not a bad place to place a bet on the old fake meat company. come on, Zoom, work with me here. There we go. Okay, so now we're looking at the weekly. I mean, look at this nice weekly action. We got, even if we don't count that guy because we were still in a downtrend with nothing to look at, with the exception of that area back there. But now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of relatively tight consolidation. So clearly our risk is defined at the 60. Let's see what the low of that candle on the weekly was, 63.09. So if I was to take a swing trade in this one, we're currently at 68, 62.50, a good half point below the lows. So we'd be risking about 5 points on this one. So, you want to risk $500 on this one, tuck away 100 shares. You want to risk 1,000, double that up, okay? But it is looking like a pretty decent time to take a stab at Beyond. If it does bounce, could be good, but at least our risk is clearly defined here. Yeah, perfect. I mean, hey, if that floats your boat, great. It's just I always find it weird that why do they have to make things that look like meat? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't like eating hamburger meat, but I want to eat something that looks like hamburger meat that's not hamburger meat. Iris, you have a great New Year's as well. Thank you for the well wishes. Appreciate you. Happy New Year to you as well, Pete. I guess they just wouldn't know what to make. They'd be like, okay, here are some squares of vegetable protein. But all of a sudden, if you're like, hey, here's a hamburger that's not really a hamburger, but it's made to look like a hamburger, even though I don't really like hamburgers, I want to eat things that look like hamburgers. Or steaks, or sausages, or whatever it is. But having said that, still doesn't mean that Beyond Meat might not be a good investment opportunity over the long term as more people embrace that type of food stuff. It's just not my cup of tea. Give me some red meat, give me some bacon. I'll be perfectly happy. Actually, hot dogs have made considerable leaps and bounds now that everybody's wise to nitrates and nitrites. Of course, hot dogs are the lower echelon. It's like they always say, you don't want to see how they make the sausage. Yeah, the interesting stuff about the whole food industry, what it used to be, what it became, now what it's changing into. Alrighty, about 4 minutes till the top of the hour. Yeah, I'll have to see. Beyond was on my radar. I haven't looked at it in a while, but it's not looking too shabby here. I might have to start piecemealing in to some Beyond. Of course, we base our decisions on what the chart is telling us. But then you can't help think about the big players that are involved with the company too. I just don't think Bill Gates is in Beyond to lose a lot of money, right? Of course, who knows what he's been doing with his holdings. Insider sales, you'd have to go back and look at all that stuff. But typically those guys, they don't get in to lose. Well, Mahesh, good question. Any good $100 to $200 stocks that have come down 30% for the long term? Well, we don't have a whole lot of time left, but if I was trying to find things that met that criteria, I would just set up a top list and kind of sketch out the bare bones details. So what do we got here? Stocks between 100 and 200. Of course, they're not going to be up. They're not going to be $100 and $200 stocks anymore. They would be, let's see, 20, 170 and $70 stocks, roughly speaking. And then we would want to look at change in one of the longer time periods. And I'll just pick one at random. And when you say long term, Mahesh, would that be in a year? 20 days? You can see that's really where the gap is. 20 days or a year. But if we did say in a year, then we could just quickly sort it. And of course, our price should be in there as well. Okay. So now you got a group of stocks. Of course, I didn't really apply much filtering to this, but just at a quick glance here, you can see gravy would fit the criteria. Oof. 64%, 50%, 48. So down 30% or more. Of course, there's Baba, Exis, Baidu. In a month period. Well, then we could just swap that out for change in 20 days, which there's, excuse me, approximately 20 trading days in a month. So we would just chalk up this guy here. Add him as a column. You could have both, actually. So you're probably not going to see such big numbers there. All right. Biggest one in the past 20 days that this list is showing, and keep in mind, I don't have any filtering, but I'm probably limiting the record count here. So we could always put 300 stocks in this list or more, and now we got more candidates here. Okay. So I tell you what, Mahesh, I'll just go ahead and drop this in. Let me name it. I'll just call it down big. And then you can use this as a little template and then maybe put your own spin on it. Okay, there's the cloud link for that one, Mahesh. Okay, and that's what you were talking about as well, Circle? All right, sounds good, guys. All right, we're about 1 minute away. Let me touch base with Barry and see if he's ready to come back. Nope, anchored VWAP is still there. Somebody in another thread was asking if the anchored VWAP was still here. Yep. Anytime we want to anchor, we just give it one of these. Okay, Barry tells me he has started to stream back up. So, all right, everybody, thanks for sitting in. Wishing everybody happy holidays. Hope you have a great new year. We'll see some of you tomorrow, and then we'll be back at it next week. So everybody have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Bitte. How's that? Or danke. Yeah, that DNA is just a miserable looking one. This one has been pretty good, guys. The TSP, originally I said right around here. Actually, right around here. So it's moved not quite $1. Again, it looks like it just wants to slowly recover. By the way, Shady, if you're still in the room, nice call on that AMC for sure. I remember you called it very early on a break. It dropped about 50 cents, and then I think your call was right around here, about a 28.80 break or so. And since then, other than that little red candle, it's been a nice mover. 28.89, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That high is right there, 28.90. Yeah, that makes sense. Are we ready to stick a fork in this ISIG? Let's see what happens tomorrow with it. It's just a miserable, another very hard to trade intraday. You've got to really, well, it's not, you got to really pay attention. Well, this one from the AI, kind of interesting. I mean, it's got some room. It's a nanostring, NSTG. It's not a huge move from the alert, but just sort of inching its way up. Not a lot of volume. Well, this HIMX, we saw this one early. Look how choppy it was. I mean, this is the first, this is the opening 15-minute candle for it, and it got up to 1541, came all the way down to 1420, and now it's been in slow recovery. You could almost put one of those opening 15-minute candle range breaks and see, and there you would have got an alert right at 1540 for it. A nice break on the fives, kind of a bit of a consolidation. A nice little break on the fives on some volume. HIMX, X not S. So you guys were talking about ISPC. So I like these ones that set up later on in the day, Zach. I mean, you've had some nice ones. Jewel on my break. That was an excellent short. Not shortable for me, but nonetheless. All right, now let's keep an eye on this one, GDRX. All right, let's see if GDRX has any movement down. Well, AMC coming into the maybe a real test here at 30. Just that psychological number. The next high 30.48, 29.43. So it's through that. So 30.48, but 30 may block it for a while anyway. Web. This is for a short, I'm assuming 36.90, I'm assuming. Well, we have one in. Okay, can this move at all? FTFT showed up on the option scanner. It's got some room. I mean, I look left, 186. It's not that far away, 20 cents away. A lot of volume just came into FTEFT. They did have some news. What do they call themselves now? They started a new blockchain division. That's your big news for it. All right, guys, 30 challenge now for AMC. 30 challenge. 9 cents away. All right, guys, just watching this GDRX. I have a stop in place right up here in case I do get stopped out in that area. So about 20 cents away from where I entered the short. 33.62, I believe, is where my short is. 33.60. Oh, 33.65. I got a better fill than I thought. So 33.65 is my short on this. Just waiting to see if it. At what point? Well, all the filters have to be met. Number one, lonesome. Okay, so for instance, FTFT. For FTFT to have triggered, it had to take out the high of the day. What time was this? That was 9 o'clock. So it had to take out that high right there. Okay, which it did. I guess at 62, 63 is where it triggered. So you can see what happened with FTFT. It dropped. There was a high right there. It dropped. At that point right there, all the filters weren't met, obviously. Maybe the option volume wasn't strong enough. Maybe the overall volume, the relative volume probably was good. But it depends. All the filters have to be met. You know, so for instance, it's got to be. So that was no problem. Yeah, it just one of these filters weren't met at this point. But the actual alert is a new high for the day. But just getting a new high for the day doesn't mean you're going to get an alert. Of course, you have to have the right option volume, and that option volume percent has to be at least 300%. That has to be 2,000 contracts. Now, you want more option? You want more? You can relax the options or the values, of course, but I choose not to. I don't. For me, less is more. I don't want a lot of alerts. Certainly get more alerts once we get into earnings season, though. Not much happening. Just waiting on that GDRX. See if it starts moving down for me a bit. Yeah, congratulated you before, Shady, on that AMC call. I was watching it. Saw the initial dip and then the trigger later on. All right, guys, not liking the way the GDRX is trading. I'm out of it. So I took a little loss on it. Take a look at it later, see if if 34 blocks it. I would pick that one is the only one I took from, and that's the one I see. Most of the other ones had dynamic moves downward. That'd be pretty small gap. You're just looking left, I take it, right? For the Nile? You're just looking left to see what the next high is? Yeah, I mean that's yeah, whether that's a gap fill or not, but that you're right, that's the next high, 34.67. Actually, I see 34.67. I mean, if I look left on the daily chart, that's the next high I see left, looking left, 34.67, not 33.66. Well, I mean, if you're sort of doing what I do, you just keep looking left to see where the next high is on a daily chart. So we're at 32.43. The next high, just I'm just hovering over it. It says 34.67. At some point, I'm just going to take this DNA and say, okay, hold it. But it is, oh man, that's a ugly, ugly looking chart. All right, so I'm going to stick an alert for the GDRX at about 33.70 and see if it gets back down there. Well, I keep hoping, maybe, it's beyond hope. I keep hoping that the chart will settle down somewhat, and then maybe it'll do something like it did yesterday, late, and just start to run later on in the afternoon. I mean, I'm not taking it now. I'm just saying that, especially if it gets over. I mean, 11 is I mean, if you look left, I mean, that is literally the next high looking left is 1090. And what did it get to? It got to 1097. So, it probably would have to take this out here around 1103. I think if it took out 11, it could go on a nice run. Now, am I for not taking the FTFT? Yeah, okay. So the alert happened at 163. I still look left and I think, is this going to take this out here? Remember when we looked at TIRX, did the same thing. I mean, we got the alert at 214, okay, but I looked left and I saw this right here at 224, so I didn't like it. What did it get up to? It got up to 214 and it stopped. I just didn't like this whole area here. So again, even though these are just ideas, but you have to click on the symbol and then take a look at the charts and just kind of put the odds in your favor. My opinion, you don't want anything that's very close if you're going to be taking high day breaks, you don't want something very close to that price on a daily chart. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of a little bit anyway, of being a momentum trader. I don't have to worry about intraday resistance because it's usually right near the high of the day, of course. So that's why, I mean, I know I constantly nag everybody, but that's why I'm out saying look left, look left, look left. Find out where the next high is. If it's not too, if it's far enough away, then it's got a shot to keep going for a while. All right, GDRX, are you going to let me get in again? Let me just see here. All right, let's see if this one works this time. Yeah, the midpoint worked well with IB. It worked very well, taking the short midpoint between the bid and the ask. All right, give me a moment. You may hear somebody lurking at my feet. Just a minute, please. You got that right, William. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on the GDRX to see if it has further. I was able to get a short at 33.70, well, but average at 33.74, I guess. So I took about a 12 cent loss the first time I shorted. Now I'm back in at 33.74 on average. The alert was at 33.76, so this is what I'm playing off of. Okay, there's the alert, the topping play from Zach. Tiva. I saw you guys talking about Tiva. I think just as I was taking my break, something to do with opioids. I got hammered. Oh yeah. Ah, we actually have some bounce plays now. I see, when I was on my break. So, now as Zach was pointing out, though, Tiva's had bad news. So, a bounce, sure, could it happen? But it has had bad news, obviously. And again with the cruisers, NCLH is the other one, 2093. It had not a bad bounce, but I mean, this is certainly news driven, COVID driven. So hard to commit. Get out of here, you lousy bot. Ooh, could be an interesting one. MQ now. MQ, why interesting? Just underneath the whole number. What sort of resistance is there? We have a high right there of 1813 on the daily chart. So let's keep an eye on this one as a potential short. Yeah, that looks like that is the next high looking left. It may struggle to get through 18 though. It's getting tiresome, Pepe. All these stupid bots coming in. Oh, now they're just. I have to just shut down YouTube. That's it. I don't know who anybody if you took this one. This was turned into a very nice comeback trade, guys. The TSP mentioned it right about here, I think, 33.84. So that's a great. That's almost $2 now. We wondered about this, in the pre-market. We wondered, okay, would this start recovering? And nice recovery. Yeah, AMC looks like there's no more struggle going through 30. Your next area, I mean, 33 is the 200-day moving average. Next high, looking left, is 30.48. Oh, I have some scans on my other monitor. I've got three monitors, Chip. So I've got a. This is the scan. This is the one. I think I've shared this with you and everybody else. The topping plays from Zach. So I click on it, and that's why. I just have some scans on my other monitor. Same thing with the NCLH. It's another scan on my other monitor. But I've shared Zach's scans. No, I'll put them in here again. Maybe I'll have to add them to my list of scans. Topping plays. Okay, so those are stocks that may be ripe to short. And then the other one, the bounce plays. Ones that might bounce to go long. So the first one is a short potential. Second one is the long potential. But as always, you got to analyze the charts. And the other thing that Zach pointed out was that a bounce play for a stock that has been really some bad news, it may not be the best thing to do. You can watch it. I mean, Tiva came in first time at 817 and then at 808. But remember, it did have some damaging news. The better bounce play would be a stock that is just kind of moving down, kind of on its own, maybe with the rest of the market, and the market kind of either flattens out or moves higher, bringing it along with it. Okay? Because a stock that has got a lot of bad news, sure it can bounce. Of course it can bounce, but you're going to need a lot of buying to take this one up right now, based on the news. And then we talked about the cruisers. NCLH was another one. I mean, that actually did bounce okay. 2093 got up here, but you're talking lots of bad news, obviously, for the cruisers. How is Jets doing? The market is not closed tomorrow, and it is not closed on Monday. You can say the appropriate swear word. I know William is dancing with glee, but so the markets are not closed at all. There it is, the big Yahoo. You guys are crazy. I don't know. You know, this KPRX, is this one I had? Yeah, this KPRX certainly moved more than I thought it would. I mean, this 105, 144 now. Well, that's funny, Jado. I can understand that. Okay, now we're getting a little move for GDRX. A little bit better now. Now maybe we get a bit of a. I find more comfortable taking these trades later in the day, in the afternoon, after things have kind of settled down a little bit. Okay. DNA, look at that thing. Man, oh man. Here's my wish. Probably won't happen, but gets up to this high here. Okay, because there's the high. 1090, 1095, 1111. Okay, 1111. Somehow it makes its way up to just underneath 11 or so. Sorry, just over 11. Sits there for a bit, say 1105 or so. Sits there for a bit might maybe, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then powers through that 1111 on volume. That would be my last Christmas present if that happened, because then I think it would really start to move. You cannot see my other monitor, no. I'm sorry. But I've got, other than that, those topping plays, they're all shared in on my homepage. Everything is shared on my homepage. The Momo up is I just have one. I don't have the down, but Momo up, Momo down. And you don't have to learn all this. That's why I don't want to have all my scans. And usually the gap up, gap down, it's there. Higher, moving higher with strong options, lower. They're all there. They're all on my homepage. Yeah, no. Then the spread got bad again. I've got on one other monitor, I've got my earnings plays up and down. I'm sharing all of them. But what I do is not necessarily what you want to do or should do. I mean, the reason I create all those different types of scans is take a look at them. You can load the scans one by one and then right click on the scan, click on configure, and then summary. And you'll see what it's kind of looking for. All right? And you can make up your mind, that is sort of interesting, or nope, that's not the way I want to trade. The one stupid IV certainly would be for the IMTE. Yeah, just save the link. Save the link, and then you can take a look at all those scans. Load them one by one. Right click, configure, and then summary. and that'll English language tell you what it's looking for. You can kind of get a feel. You know, a lot of people love the gap continuation and reverse. I haven't had that up and running for a while now, but let me bring it up. I'll show you, because a lot of people love that sort of a scan. I had to make a decision. You know, with so many scans. But take a look at what this one does as an example. And this might be, you know, this might be something that people are going to love. Okay, so this is a multi-strategy window because it says M. Okay, what that means is these are all alert windows: gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. These are all separate alert windows. So if I open one of them, this is an alert window. Okay, and so that's what you can do with a multi-strategy window. Especially if screen space is at a premium, you can group together alert windows and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. It's all covered in the guide. All right. So in this particular one, so what are the strategies? Gap up and go. Okay. So what that means is the stock gap has gapped up, you know, with the filters in place that I've got, and it keeps going higher. As opposed to the gap up and reverse, it gapped up and then it reversed. And then the gap down and reverse, that means it gapped down and it reversed. So again, the gap up and reverse, it went up and then it reversed. And then the gap down and go, it's just it gapped down and it kept going down. Now, it doesn't mean all day, of course. But when you get the alert, and you know, I've got certain, let's take a look at one of them, and look what the filters are. All right. So again, this is my style of trading. You know, between even that's a little light, but you know, I've got 50 cents and $30. Volumes at least 300,000 shares. So here's the gap. Okay. The gap, the opening print had to be 50 cents at least below the previous close, which also and it had to be at least 4% below the previous close. So this is a stock that is gapped down. Okay, and then if all these filters are met and it makes a new low, I get an alert. I get a real-time alert. So if I got one, I'd be looking at it going, okay, I'd have to make up my mind. Do I want to trade it now, or do I want to put a price alert somewhere else? Maybe if it does something differently. Why did it gap down and keep going down? Is there some news? You know, there's some things you have to size up, and you can do it pretty quickly. You know, once you get used to sizing up charts and quickly looking at news and things like that. But you know, this is the type of scan that a lot of people like, and I'm sharing it. You know, but it's gap continuation or reverse. But am I using it right now? No. The reason being is I'm getting enough, for me, quality alerts here, and a couple of other ones that I have. If that dries up, if for instance, I don't know, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, I start looking at one of my scans that I've got, and I think, you know what, I'm not feeling these alerts anymore. I could always bring that back, the gap down and continuation, and maybe I run that for a couple of months. That's why you never get rid of a scan. You know, you always save everything you create, save it to the cloud. You never know when you might want to bring it back, even if you're not using it for a year or 2 years or 10 years. As long as it's in the cloud, it can always be brought back. There you go, William. I knew that. There you go. So look at that little short, right around 18. So when I look at this, probably some support around 1750, but I'm sure you're out already. You took your 2 cents and scurried off. You guys have been talking about Nile. Oh, great, great. But I don't know. Is this specific to Nile or just generally? Generally, because I'm looking at Lucid. Lucid did kind of the same thing, though now it seems to be continuing higher. Just maybe the overall EV sector just had a shot in the arm today. How did LI do, as an example? LI did exactly the same thing. And XPEV, that's the other China, big China EV. So they're all did the same thing. So maybe there is something specific to China. That's a great move, though. I mean, an initial move, base. This is on a 5-minute chart. Nice move, base. Well, you see, there's your mistake, Ren. There's no such thing as got back from lunch. You got to be sitting at your desk. Even when I'm on my break, I'm basically still here. I just have a break from you guys. But yeah, doesn't mean you can't slop it all over your keyboard and sit there. I get it though. A little maybe too messy. Come on, GDRX. Make a move into the 40s, and that'll make. You take that one, Zach. The GDRX. The MQ is nice. I mean, the MQ has been really quite nice. You know, again, another one of these ones that moving on no news that I can see, KPRX, and this is just now starting to surge. I mean, I mentioned this one pre-market with just a little bit over $1. Honestly, did not think it would, do this. If I thought it would do this, I'd be in it. But it's another low float, 10.5 million shares in the float, and I don't see any news on it. So somebody's got a hold of this though and moving it. Ah, YouTube, what am I going to do with you? Oh, these nonsensical bots. If you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, this is what happens. You get this nonsense coming in. I guess if you click on this, somehow bad things will happen. So I have to keep on. And they just pop in all day long. Dreambox, hello. Okay, guys, well, not a heck of a lot for me anyway, and the ones that I'm following are moving very much. How was my day? My day is fine. It still is fine. There was no was yet. KPRX, guys. So I guess must have been a name change or something. No way it's an IPO at $2. Maybe a name change. Don't know what the story on this one is. Let's see if I can check anything. I do, Tom. I thought Jamie might have answered you. I actually have a sign up form for you. You'll be notified. It'll be on the 14th, Valentine's Day. Okay? So the question was when the next drive will be, the test drive will be. So you can sign up for it. And what you're doing by clicking on that link, I'll just, so hopefully you can see this. So when you click on the test drive link, basically it's just saying, to get notified when it is, just give us your name, email, and then about a week or so before it starts, I'm almost 100% sure it's going to be on the 14th, February 14th, but you'll be notified, okay, here it is, and with all the details about signing up for it, okay? And the test drive, if it's like the last one for, I guess it was $11.11, so you'll have access to our full program for 10 trading days, 2 weeks. And when I say the full program, I'm talking about just as if you were a premium subscriber. Look at REL, guys. Remember this one at the very beginning of the day, that big 15-minute candle soared higher, kind of rested for quite a while. And now it's starting to move. No volume though. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, you can kind of see the volume on the 2-minute chart. I'd like to see, but look at that volume bar. I'm not saying you have to have one on the 15, but would make it easier. Oh, IG, thank you, Cass. I know I could always count on you. So that used to be old IG. Okay. I do not have. I don't know what that is at all, Martin. So what you should do is go to our home page and request it. You can start a live discussion, okay? And ask, I don't know what trader had that one. For RELI, I don't know if, let's see. At this point, there are no shorts for IB at IB for RELI. At this point, I don't know. I don't know if earlier on there were. I was talking about RELL though, not RELI. There are no webinars. No, the webinars, maybe they'll start next week. Probably they start again next week. But no webinars today, no. This will be interesting next week, the TSP. Maybe this is about the biggest comeback it's going to have, though, for a while, but that's a great comeback, guys. It's over about $3.50. I'm sorry, that's over $4.50. $3.50. I was right the first time. The GDRX, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of right back where I shorted it, so. Problem I'm seeing right now on that 15-minute chart, I'm seeing too many bottoming tails now. So this might get me out of this. Too many bottoming tails. You know, the sellers tried 1, 2, 3, a little bit there 4 times, but the buyers keep stepping in a little bit. No, at some point the sellers are going to give up. It's not on our chip. It's not on our website. It's on my home page. Okay, that's why I keep posting my home page link. Okay, so when you click, you see the link. I just posted it right underneath your question. Okay, right there. Click on the link. Click on the link, and here it is. Scans. It's not on the Trade Ideas homepage. It's you know, I created this, you know, for my so I could, you know, have all the information that I want to pass on every single day to people. So I created a home page, you know, for the trade of the week, the stock of the day, all my scans, and the education. So it's not on the Trade Ideas homepage. Call it my homepage. Okay? And then again, just click on the scan section right there. And here they are. Mild spanking, a little bit of a spank. Hey, maybe there's going to be a move now for GDRX. one of the things about a higher float, of course, usually makes the trade a little more less stressful. Not a little more. Usually makes it a lot more less stressful. Okay, a lot more less less stressful. You don't usually get the wild gyrations that you get, obviously, with stocks with very low floats. But so you look at this float here, 210 million. I did not take that one, but there was the short alert, 1796. I know William took it. It popped its head. I actually said, what wonder what it'll do at around 18. It could not really clear 18. So, you took this short at, if you took it at 1796, at 1770, I'd be looking here. I mean, that would be ideal if it could get down to about that 1750 mark. That looks like there's decent support. I mean, obviously it broke down through, that'd even be better. But if I had taken this trade, that is where I would have thought, okay, probably the most I can perhaps get is down to about 50 cents in the trade. So you share size accordingly. If I had taken it at 1790, let's make the math really simple. 1790 with an 18 stop, just at the high there, 10-cent stop, with the ability to maybe move 40 cents. That is a 1 for 4 risk reward. I'll do that all day long. Okay. Now, had all this, been 10 cents away from the entry, I wouldn't have taken the trade. Because I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents. All right, guys, it is now 2:06, so another hour for this room to be open in this form. I'll keep the room open until 3:30. I'll put myself on mute at 3. I'll be here, though, if you have any questions. And then Chris, if you haven't had enough of trading, you can head over to YouTube, our YouTube room, and he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, this has actually turned into a very nice little trade now, this GDRX short. We don't hear anything because I just put myself on, on mute, Kang. Remember, guys, this is not the radio. I do not talk 100% of the time. So, you know, I mean, this is a simple little, there it is, 33.76. And I got stopped out the first time I tried it. Took about, I think, a 10, 11 cent loss. Re-entered the short right around that area when it came back down. And now it's working not too badly at all. I'm going to see how much further. I mean, this got down to 38. I mean, nothing incredible, but I mean, I'll take a trade like this. I mean, I'm just looking. I mean, I don't think it's going to get to the bottom here, 32.68. But I mean, that's kind of why I took the trade, though, because I looked left on that 15-minute chart. Obviously, there's nothing stalling it. I don't know where it's going from here, but I like it. Tradio. I like that. That's a good. I better patent that. Just let me call my patent lawyer right now. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything else happening here? Definitely slowing down now. BBIO is rocking. Okay, let's take a look. You know what? I think I'm wrong, guys. I think I've been talking about it's the BBIO. I think that had those three Goldman Sachs, Leerink, and Wainwright. They put the 24 price target on it. I think I've been confusing it with the ALLK. I think. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. Okay, so I was wrong. Sorry, guys. So this is the one. So the three of them put a $24 price target. Goldman, Wainwright, and Leerink. And this is after. This is after the big clobbering. Again, that's not to say it's going to get there. It's just that it's probably not hurting the bounce it's had, you know, from the 1150 mark. So it's had about a $3 bounce from the low of 3 days ago. Well, I saw fun earlier. I didn't think to look at DWAC. Yeah. Well, okay. I don't think fun wasn't doing this, but yeah, DWAC is the little boost here. How's fun doing? I saw fun earlier. PHUN. TSP now is just sort of basing a bit here. It hasn't fallen really at all. It's just basing here. You're not still in DNA, William. I know you traded it earlier. Oh man, Morrissey, you're depressing me. Just sorry. Change stations. Well, guys, I mean it. I mean, keep an eye on that DNA. I mean, if it does take out 11 with any authority right there, on any authority, I mean, it's been chopping around like horribly all day long. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart, look at the 2-minute, even the 15, just up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. But if it ever takes out 11 with any authority meaning volume, okay? Volume, volume, volume. Not a fake break. Boy, guys, this TSB looks like it wants to take out 36 now. Well, guys, this one, I mean, look, no, obviously no resistance. I don't know. I mean, I'm always wondering if this is truly no, I don't know what's going on then. This must have had a symbol name change or something like that, became something else. The reason I say that is because we have a position in lifetime range, basically, like at its lifetime range high. but I can go back here. Maybe we're not going back enough time. That's all. I guess maybe we're only going back 10 years. Maybe. I guess that must be it. So I guess we have a different definition of lifetime. But bottom line is, who cares what happened back in 2011? So, for all intents and purposes, I mean, REL is way up there. RELL. All right, what's Bitcoin doing? So Mara just showed up on Zach's scan, but it's already fallen. I mean, the alert came at 35.95, and it right there, and it just fell 40 cents like that. So Bitcoin's at 47, between 47 and 48,000. Okay. All right, I continue to watch the GGRX to see, boy, how can I even get close to 33? I'm on that short now, still. All your screens are coming together. How to see only one screen at a time. So when you say screen, what are you referring to when you say screen? You mean like an alert window? Or are you talking monitors? Are you talking about your monitor? You have multi-monitor, like several monitors? Okay, so you've got several monitors, okay. All right, well, I think I can help you. Two ways, but I'll give you the way that's probably the easiest. So take your toolbar, the Trade Ideas toolbar, okay, and stick it in the upper left-hand corner of what you're going to designate as being your main monitor, okay? Whatever that, obviously this is my main monitor. This is the one that I'm sharing with you guys. So I designate this as my main monitor. I put all my Trade Ideas windows, scans exactly where I want them. Okay. On my other monitors, I put all my scans exactly where I want them. Okay. Well, you're talking about my monitors. Well, you're only going to see one screen at a time. Yeah, I'm only sharing one monitor. That's all. but I'm sharing a lot of scans that are on my other monitors. If you go to my home page, oh, so you're talking about, well, I don't know how I can help you. I'm not sure I can help. I don't know how I can help you. I don't know how big is your monitor. I'm not sure I know how to help you. It might be a resolution thing, or I really don't know. Nothing I can do on my end. I mean, I'm using a 32-inch 4K monitor, so there's not much I can do on my end. Now, there is a way. I haven't looked at this for a long, long time. A long time. Let me see. Look at rel, guys. I should be in this. Just chase the darn thing. Somebody might have to help me here. There was a way in which you could zero in on a portion of the screen and magnify it. Boy, I haven't looked at this for so long. One of you guys, there's a magnifying glass somewhere? Not here. That's mine. Some of you guys have been in the room for a while. Isn't there's a magnifying glass somewhere? I just don't know where it is. Did you get? Oh, okay, good. I don't know where it is. Okay, yeah. So then you can kind of zero in. Okay, good. Yeah, DNA, it may do it now. I mean, there's volume coming in. DNA, there is some volume coming in, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the 11 break. There's some volume, a little bit of volume here. But Real will be shouting at me now because I'm sure when I look at the 15-minute chart with a channel, that break is right there, right at the top. Oh, when you say tool, you're talking about the scanner itself? Oh, okay. I can help you there. I'm just going to find my homepage link. All right, I just put my homepage link underneath where you just posted that. Okay, so when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Okay, and all you have to do, there is a promo code. There's your DNA, guys. There's your DNA. Late breaking news, DNA on the move here. Anyway, here's the promo code, New Year 25 for 25% off, the first month only or the entire year. If you're new, this is what I would do. I would go to a monthly plan. You can always try us out for a month, okay? So use that promo code. And I would probably start off with a standard monthly. So it would be 118 less than 25%, all right? If you like the program, look at DNA. If you like the program, then you can always upgrade to an annual if you want later on. Okay, you can do it. In fact, we'll always, little secret, if you have a monthly program and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll always give you 25%. Okay, but technically what we say is if you take out a monthly subscription, If within 30 days of taking it, and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. But this is what I would do. You can just start off with, say, the standard. That'll be about, I guess, $81 or something with that 25% off. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay, that 25% off is only good for the first month. But that's what I would do. No, you don't have to jump into an annual subscription. No trial period, no. The best we have, but you'd have to wait for a couple of months or a month and a half. We have what we call a test drive, but it doesn't start until the 14th of February. If you want to wait, you can, of course, do so. And then for $11.11, you'll have access to 10 full days of trading. 2 weeks, okay, of trading of the scanner. And that would be the full service. Well, you're seeing it here. I mean, we've got a lot of YouTube videos. I mean, this is basically the scanner in action. You can create all your own scans. We have a lot of scans. I share a lot of my own scans. We have a toolbar up here that with a bunch of different channels. These are all different channels, theme-based channels. We got a pre-market channel, momentum channel, short squeeze channel, swing ideas. We all have a lot of different channels. And within each channel, there is a scan or several scans. But you're seeing this in action live. So again, this is an example of a scan, 10-day daily breakout. So what I did was I said, okay, this is what I want. So I created, these are the filters that I'm using. So I want to see stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. A minimum of 500,000 shares, etc. That's how we always start off with a scan, a set of filters. And then if a stock makes a new high for the day and meets these filter requirements, then I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks here. These are real-time alerts. All the filter requirements were met. So, I mean, you can create your own scans. You can take my scans. You can take the scans from that toolbar from all the channels. But we have a lot of alerts. These are all of the alerts that we have. You don't have to learn them all, but we've got a ton of alerts. And here are all the filters when you see these icons. So we feel we've got enough that for the majority of our subscribers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you're looking to create your own scan. But again, when you're starting out, we've got a lot of scans that we are sharing. Different styles of trading scans. And then you have this trading room. The trading room, well, TradingView, I mean, it's a great charting program and all. I mean, I had Trading Room for a while. I had it for a year. But I didn't really use it because I was really just using it for charting. I mean, this is a full-blown scanner. I mean, there are people in this room that use TradingView as their charting program. We have charts, but they're not elaborate. But if you can afford $80, I think that's what it'll cost. 118 minus 25%. If you think that's worth it, just try us out for a month and see what you think. No commitment. And again, this room is like this, from 8 to 3:30, Monday to Friday. It's a free room. And we have our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Another trader takes over. Different style of trading from me. And then Chris, another trader at Trade Ideas from 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room. So, basically from 8 in the morning till 4:30, you can ask questions. Not at the same time. You can have Trade Ideas, you can have it loaded on as many devices as you want, but you can only use it one device at a time. So if you had a buddy, if you say you just wanted to trade in the morning and somebody else wanted to trade in the afternoon, you could do that, or alternate days, or but you can only have the program open one device at a time. We've been talking about this SPRB. SPRB, is this that super something? No, it isn't. No, there is that super something. I think it was a sub $1 stock. This was the one, I think, Supercom, SPCB. Somebody wanted me to look at this morning. It was SPCB. It's Israeli stock. Had a big pop, still up 35%. But again, I don't look at these when they're under $1, but some might. Another China stock, little move for BZ. Well, I might have got a little greedy on that GDRX. Probably should have been out of it. Basically, I'm kind of flat right now on it. I was hoping to get a move more down in this area. It just may not happen now. Had a little bit of profit in it, but no idea. I mean, market, it finally found a bottom, maybe. I know she said she was buying it back here, but I have no idea. I mean, eventually a stock will not keep going down, 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 down. I don't see any news on it. Oh, well, anything is possible. I mean, I'm not going to call a bottom on this. I mean, this has been horribly one of the worst IPOs this year. 85 down to 18. I mean, maybe it's found a bottom. I would, I think it could struggle to get through 20. You know, you got a lot of action right up here at 20. If it takes out 20, then, you know, maybe it's got a shot to start filling in some. But it's had a nice day, but, you know, look the previous 3 days. Oh, I don't have a pick. You're in the. I don't make suggestions like that. Okay, I'm not a financial analyst. You know, again, Sophie's coming into maybe around the 17 mark right here. Again, you know, there's just been a bounce in a lot of these beaten up stocks for, you know, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't. I'm not into the. You know, I'm not going to look at analyst recommendations or a lot of the fundamentals. I just look at the charts, and the charts usually can give me an idea about what could happen. Nothing. You know, it's there's not a certainty, of course, in anything. You know, even if you look at recommendations or check a company's financials. All I know is that this is a beaten up stock still, and yes, it's having a day. One day does not make a rally, though. So I don't know what experience you've got. I mean, you know, you need a lot of experience reading charts, especially if you're talking about bounces for longer term. You know, the daily and the monthly and the weekly, you know, can kind of give you a bit of an idea about where a stock could stall. Just one moment, please. No, I can't. Listen, you're asking me now to make a recommendation whether you should, if I think it's time for you to take profit on Tesla. You know, I'm sorry, I cannot make any recommendations like that. When you get in, you know, the only recommendation I'm going to say is that when you get into a trade, you have to have some kind of a plan where you're going to get out, where you're going to take profit, and all of that. But let's just say, for argument's sake, I said, you know what? You should get out right now, and then tomorrow it pops up $1,000. Okay, or I say, no, I would hold in, and then tomorrow it drops $1,000. You know, I'm not a financial advisor. Sorry, not like that. There are other people. You're talking options, which I do not trade. There could be other people in the room that might have an opinion, and that's all it would be. But I'm not an option trader at all, so. But you know, this room is not just about me. We've got a lot of great traders in the room. Okay, a lot of different trading styles. So you throw that question out like that, and there might be some people with Tesla options contracts, and they may say, you know what, this is what I'm doing, and you know, you can listen to them. That's an opinion. That's all it is, of course. Man, this KPRX, what a run now. So this was iGate. Is that what you said? This was iGate, Casa, before? Yeah, iGate, right there. Okay. You know, these companies, they change their name, so they, somebody looks at this chart and go, wow, this is not bad. I mean, $2, it's only $1.54, all-time highs up here. Not realizing that, luckily, I mean, it's only 10% off the all-time low at this price. Because it is taking into account the fact that it was EYEG before. Well, it had the major pop earlier. Don't see any. Just a low float, 3.2 million in the float. You know the drill. Low float, that's what can happen. It's only up 4% though. But of course, at one point it was up to 12. You're going long this one? Wow. I wish you luck. What's your stop? 0. Okay. You're planning to, okay. I mean, that, believe it or not, is a stop. So you're prepared to lose all your money on this, not all your money you've got in the world, but if you put $1,000 into this trade, you're prepared to lose $1,000 or whatever. Okay. All right, guys, it is 2:45. So again, I'll keep the room open till 3:30. I'll mute myself at 3. I'll be around for questions if you have any. And at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30, you can head over to YouTube, our YouTube room, and Chris Farley will be there. He's there Monday to Friday at that time. And one last talking about my homepage. Okay, so you can request. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the other guys have something similar to me that they've created. But, we've got a lot of scans here, in this channel bar. The thing is, if you're just going to ask for every single scan that all those guys have ever created, there's probably hundreds of them. So I'm not sure how to answer that question. But there's not like a central repository of all the scans that the other traders at Trade Ideas have created. But I would check out the doc. I would check out our channel bar though. Here, a lot of scans are in here. Lots and lots of scans are in here. Swing ideas, short squeeze. That's what I would do. Now, you know what you can, if you want, you can request something called. It's not part of our channels anymore, but you can request something called the Traders Vault. Okay, and they can give you a link for it. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you go to our home page and start a live, you'll see a little, oh, this is what you'll see. Questions and answers. So click on that and ask for the Traders Vault link. I mean, there are some scans that some of the guys created a long time ago, so you can take a look at that. Okay? The reason why, believe it or not, the reason why it's not here anymore is because it wasn't being used very much. We had a lot of other channels. We had some overlaps, etc. So we had to rank them, what was being used and what wasn't being used, and it just wasn't being used very much. So we thought, you know what, we got to get rid of some of these channels. But didn't mean we completely. All right, go GDRX. A little patience. I'm glad. Maybe a late day collapse. So again, when you click on my home page, just one last one last talk about it, because there's a lot of information there, and you can just save the link. Save the link, and you can look at it any time then. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So we've already talked about how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. But more information, you're going to have the Trade of the Week. These sections are free. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon every day. Well, Monday to Friday, not every day. The education that we've got, most of it geared towards trade ideas, of course. Got a big user guide now, searchable. If you're new, I would start off with the introductory lessons though. Just goes over all the basic features, what are top lists or what are alert windows, creating them. Talk about our YouTube room. Between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over when I take my break. And again, I'll pop this in, and Chris is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 every day. In the daily webinars, I think the webinars will be back to our regular schedule next week. And then last but not least, if you're new to trading, great little series, guys, all free. Michael Noss put it together at Trade Ideas. Starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is a great little series as an introduction, all right? Or you're looking for a refresher. So save my, and then of course, where are you? Then of course you have to be a subscriber, and then here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So in these two sections here, lots of information. Save my link, then you can look at it anytime you want. And why do I do this every day? Well, I'll go over this. This is a free room, and so you do have to put up with a little bit of promotion. Pays for the room, pays for me. There you go. Mayank, Shady has given you a very detailed opinion. Okay? Thank you, Shady. And KLA breakout. Yeah, well, I guess with a lot, the EVs have been hot today. Even this one, you know. Gosh, DNA has just still not settled down. It has not settled down. It's been an intraday trading disaster, that's for sure. I still think long term it's got an interesting look to it, but all right, guys. So before I do put myself on mute, I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there if you want to. I'm sorry, I don't put it in yet. Chris doesn't start till 3:30. So before I shut the room down at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in. It's just that I will be on mute. I think we're getting a cake made in the background. Nope, just part of the holiday diet. I'm actually looking forward to, I live in Vancouver. Most of you know that. We don't get very much snow in Vancouver, but man, we got a big dump overnight and it says all that powdery stuff. I'm actually looking forward to shoveling it. Just sitting there all pristine. DNA. Oh, it's so fabulous out now. It's a crystal blue sky, and the sun shining off the snow. It's beautiful. Of course, the snow is still white, so it's not messy. But I digress. The alpinist? No. Yeah, I live in Vancouver, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant am I out of VGR? I was never in VGR, unfortunately. I wanted to get it, and I couldn't get it because of the uptick rule, and it kept moving down on me. If you're referring to my video, yeah, I mean, I wanted desperately to get it. We had a great alert here at 11:97. Oh, man. I see what you mean about the alpinist. It's pretty sad. No, no, I talked about it and I was hoping others got it. The problem is because it was down more than 10%, I tried to get it. There was the alert at 11:97. I tried to get it at around 11:92, 11:91, 11:88, 11:87. And I just couldn't get a fill because of the uptick rule. Some got it though. But I wanted to mention as the sort of the trade of the day because I mean look at the difference between let's just bring out a big 15-minute chart. So look at VGR here. VGR. Look at this. Beautifully down. I mean, there's a little topping tail there, but no giant green candle to wipe you out of the trade. Maybe A little bit of profit right there. Allow it to keep moving down. And then, here, I wouldn't get too greedy. Look at this one compared to DNA. Look at this. This is just a mess. I mean, the trend is up, but look at all these topping tails, bottoming tails, whipping you in and out of the trade. So that's why I wanted to, highlight the VGR, because it's just such a beautiful look to it. All right, guys, I'm just going to get the announcement in. Ooh, forgot to get rid of that. All right, room will be open until 3:30, but I'll be on mute. Again, I'll chime in if there's a question that I have to answer. But on mute now.
looks like Barry stopped streaming. I've got the control. Just throw it out there. I see there's quite a few people here now. If you get kicked from the stream, just come back, refresh the page. I continue to try to troubleshoot why I seem to be the only person that the stream drops 1, 2, 3 minutes after I start going here. So the answers elude me to this point. But anyways, here we are, 3:31. Trade Ideas late day live Q&A with me, Chris V here. Open forum, so I don't have anything pre-done for content. You guys drive the content with your questions, what you'd like to know and work on with the platform. So start firing those away for me. Of course, if there are no questions, I'll try to keep it moving and keep it interesting. Go over some charts, maybe something with some scanning, compare count windows. So we're going to start off kind of quiet for the day, alright? Fair enough. Well, we round out the year, one more trading day to go. Got about 17 minutes and a few seconds left into today. One full day tomorrow, and that will do it for the calendar year of 2021. So we can see pretty clear here. I'll bring up a couple of charts here on the market overall. SPY, we can really see this volume has dropped right off here this week. We had pretty good volume back here in the fall. Here just past Thanksgiving coming into December. We had a couple of volatile days here, and then we really just kind of gave it up after that. So my volume is low. I'll move the mic a little closer. I have my volume all the way up though, and I have it turned up as much as I can possibly have it turned up for my microphone here. Moved a little closer, so hopefully that'll help. So, and again, I see the numbers, the highest numbers I've ever seen here streaming. It's an open forum here on this Q&A, so fire away questions, and Happy New Year. Yes, fire away questions. I can't answer the questions I don't ask. So Tixel, do you have any ideas for a scan to catch stocks moving up with volume for the power hour at the end of the day? No ideas different than probably any other scan that's looking for, you're going to be looking for momentum like plays, I guess. So I would kind of go, go with something like this, an alert window here. Maybe go with a new 5-minute high instead of high of the day, because maybe you're trying to find stuff that's trying to return to that. So 5-minute high. All right, we can add that as an alert, so we'll start there. Let's come to the window specific filter. Let's get rid of some stuff here. And if we're looking for late day stuff, well, I'm going to say we want to see some significant volume then. And when I say significant, maybe 300,000 shares traded at least for the day. So we don't want to see sleepy stocks coming in. Something that's traded 100,000 shares to this point, and it's only going to add another 10 or 15,000 shares. That's not liquid. It's not tradable. We want to see volume that's maintained throughout the day. Then we're going to want to use relative volume. So maybe a 3 there. Let's see, what else do we want to do? We've got to give it a price range. So, I'm going to throw an arbitrary 4 to 100 in there, but if you want to see something different, let me know. What else do we want to do? Maybe a position and range filter for, maybe we'll go with the yesterday's position and range. Position in previous day's range, so maybe you want to see stuff that's, I don't know, let's say 75% above the low of yesterday. So what do we got so far here? I'm trying to find power hour stuff in the last little bit here, so maybe RSI. Maybe let's throw a I don't know, let's throw a 15-minute RSI in there. Let's go with 50. Let's go with this and end of the day power hour. And just see what it returns. I mean, we can run the history on it. We've got a good chunk for today anyways. So we'll run today, and we really just want to focus on the last hour here. So, as we started at 255, can't hurt any. So, Dine, I actually traded this today. I took a scalp in it. Been doing this a little bit more recently. Maybe I'm getting back into the day trading thing. So, we're alerted at 11:01. It's still kind of pushing. I mean, it might do something, but we can see that it's got all this resistance right here to get through. So, while not necessarily a terrible alert, certainly hasn't paid any money at this point either. Hasn't put you in any trouble, but hasn't paid you any money. Let's see, GP. CINO, not so much. BCLI. No, and here's the other problem that we're going to run into. We're looking at a flat and a flat market with no volume as it is anyway. So we're going to have to find things that are really trading on their own, which it's not like there's going to be a ton of those. So I want to change the symbol linking on this. So far, not a whole lot to look at. Everything is sitting right about where its alert price was so far. 1359. So, alright, there's an alright alert. And just as power hour's really starting here. So those filters sound good. Any scans that look at the average volume for the day, my TI charts, the average volume line at the bottom, going above that line. There's no way to compare the volume throughout the day like that, unfortunately. All of our volume filters either have, how many days they're comparing over, like average 5-day, average 10-day, 3-month volume, so on and so forth, or, your 1-minute volume, 5 minutes, so on and so forth. All of those are taken, we take 10 days and we break it down into 1-minute time frames, 5-minute time frames, so on and so forth, and give the average like that over that time frame. The same thing goes with the relative volume. It's broken up over 10 days, and it's actually weighted heavier at the open and the close. So there's no way to compare earlier in the day's volume to later in the day's volume, unfortunately. The only way that we can do that is kind of look at the volume bars in the charts themselves. So that thing came off a cliff. So 725. So a lot of these are just kind of hanging right where they are right now, more than less. So sorry, some things are coming in here on the chat side. Alright, 536. That was a good alert right there, so we found something there. The other thing I'm going to note here is this. market's selling off right now overall. So we don't exactly have this working in our favor right now. Everything is selling off across the board, especially the small caps. So, that's what a lot of these scans are going to look for. When you're looking for volume and momentum, you're not looking at big cap stocks. And the bottom line is the theme of this year was high beta was either stuck in a range or down for the year, and low beta is up. Low beta was the way of the year this entire year. So, mostly what people are trading and day trading, high beta stocks. So it was not a year for high beta stocks. You had to find the high beta stock or two of the day. Versus other years where you're finding 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 in a day. It just wasn't there like that this year. So we're rounding out the year exactly as we started. Yeah, you can flip the scan, of course. We can right click. I'm going to duplicate it before I flip it. We can come to configure afterwards, duplicate, and flip. And so now we're at 5-minute lows. Some of these things are going to stay the same, some won't. But we're looking at RSI is flipped. The range is going to be flipped. Our volume metrics and price metrics will stay the same. So that's the flip version anyways there. Just going to go through a few more of these alerts, see what we've got going on here. There's, quite a few alerts, so, who knows. We found a few good alerts, so, maybe we'll come across a couple more. All right, not too shabby. 1369, got almost a 14. So yeah, we're finding a few alerts in here. UCL, I don't think this has any volume in it. This is coming through another scanner that I've been working on today. No real volume. It's not liquid. Its relative volume is high, so I think we saw this one already. Yeah, so we already saw this one, so we found this earlier, and it was a decent alert. Just kind of hanging around that alert price still. So I'm trying to think of what we could do to try to get more. That's an ETF, so risk parity ETF. Trying to think what we do to get a little more alpha, but 496 ran up to 530. So all right, we're turning some names here for sure, some stuff to work on. Again, we already saw that. GP, I think. Sorry, some of these are repeat names, so I'm trying to get to names that are new names. So this is a repeat now. GP, what are you looking like here? So 883. Might have a little bit more here in the last 15 minutes. NIO. Already had its day. Like NYC. Did that even come through the scan? Might be coming now. Duplicate. Why is NYC not coming through right now? would stop you from coming through? I'm guessing the 15-minute RSI, because the RSI on the previous 15 minutes probably wasn't above what we need it to be. So, like we can adjust the scanner for a specific stock, but it adjusts the entire scanner. It's going to change everything that we're doing within it. What we can do right now, actually can't even do it because the data hasn't crunched yet. We can look, see how close we can get to the time frame that we're on right now with stocks like this page. Let's look at NYC, and let's see how close we can get. We're at 3. Let's see if we can get 3:30 or not. Nope, invalid time. Let's see if we can get 3:25. There we go. And so let's see. So, all right, first off, it wasn't going to be 75% above the low of yesterday's range, I don't think, for this move here. Position and range, previous day. No, it had qualified that. Odd. Why was this not coming through? What am I missing? All right, 46 it comes through. So what didn't qualify it? We got the relative volume. 5-minute high. That's what it's going to be. Nope, 5-minute high qualified. 4, 3, 2. I am stumped right now. Can't be exchanges. I was going to watch me troubleshoot myself on screen here with no questions coming in. Yeah, now I'll go ahead and share this scan in a second, but I want to know why am I not getting an earlier alert for NYC? I feel like we should have probably seen it a bit earlier than what we're seeing it now. When did it cross the volume? That's what it is. Okay. What was its total daily volume? I just thought it was over it already. Maybe that's what it's going to be. Volume. Shares traded today. So it was only at 100,000 shares at that time. So we didn't get over 300,000 shares till somewhere, till here. That was it. We didn't have all the whole metrics of the scan didn't meet. It wasn't over 300,000 shares with a new 5-minute high. Or with a 5-minute high until that time. So that's what held us back was the shares on the day. So again, we could lower that shares traded on the day, but think how much more garbage is going to come through the scan. So you're trading one for the other. You're trading, quality for quantity at that point on the scan. So that's what it was. Sorry, it took a minute there to figure out. I just thought it was over 300,000 shares because by the time I looked at it, it was already at 500,000. I didn't realize that in here we hadn't until probably up here we hadn't passed that 300,000 threshold while this was being qualified as a 5-minute high. So, I mean, what we can do, I'll share this out like this. What I'll do is, that is not the scan I want. Off highs. Alright, so this is what we want here. Let's configure, let's take it off of a single symbol. Let's do this. Let's exclude the following list. Let's get rid of warrants anyways. I won't get rid of ETFs in case an ETF pops through that you might want. And we'll get rid of this volume filter, because watch, if we get rid of this volume filter, alright, maybe let's put 1 minute volume 300 in there instead. And I'll bet we find NYC coming in earlier. We're going to get a lot more alerts like this. So, it'll be on on the individual to go through. Not even. We got it a little bit earlier here. So we got it here before that move up to 9. So definitely caught it way earlier. But again, the trick is, what alert event are you going to coordinate with these filters? Because this has to be happening while these filters are satisfied. So that becomes the trick on catching things. And for when you're trying to get something real specific. So, I'm trying to avoid high of the day here, but I bet high of the day alert is probably actually going to work even better on this. So let's go to selected alerts. Let's go to new high. Now let's go history. And look, NYC was coming in real early here. We had NYC coming in down all the way down here. All the way down here. And keep going. That's probably as early as we're going to find it. So again, but now look how many alerts we have coming in. We have many more alerts coming in. And again, we're going to want this as an end of the day scanner. Or you're looking for it as an end of day scanner. But look how early it caught it now, by loosening all that up. DNA, what's it doing? It's just sitting right around its high of the day right now. It's not really doing anything at this point. Alright, and then I understand someone's coming into this chat, if you're not here already, that they want to see me do some adjusting of some windows here. So let me know when you're here, and we'll do that. Yeah, but how often, here's the thing, how often is something touching the high of the day again and then falling late in the day too? So I feel like there's going to be a lot more head fakes in here too. But here, I've got both windows for you. So look, we're going to share this one. Let's get this off configure. And we're going to call this configure, we're going to call this end of the day power hour high of day. And so anybody that wants to, just make sure that you're save it to your cloud or whatever, make sure you save it, because like I said, I go through every once in a while and I erase any scans that I'm really not using. But we'll get you that version, and we will get you this version. This was the original version we did here with the 5-minute high. So this is live. Let's go to configure. Let's rename this power hour 5-minute high. Hey, you got a couple different templates to work from, or you might want to use them both. And it's something I would recommend to you is, don't have this scan running all day long. I mean, you can have it all day long, do whatever you want, but comes to one of those things, why run a scan all day long that you're only using at the end of the day, is kind of my thought process behind it. So we got that, and I'll give you the original flipped version. Apparently I don't have the original flip version. Okay. Alright, well, I showed you how to flip. You can flip them. And again, so got someone that's coming in here that needs a tutorial tutorial, excuse me, on loading something from the cloud. Just let me know when you're in here, my friend. You got it, Sergio. Alright, sorry, just had to take care of something here on the channel. So, alright, this is what we're going to do. We're on the web version, so let me get over a web version here for us. Hopefully my PC isn't going to explode. Where are you? Here we go. So we'll go to web access. Gotta log in. Alright, here we go. And let me go get that scan that we're looking at here from Steve. He sent me a cloud link. So we're going to go to Tools, Load from Cloud. I'm going to paste that right in here. Load that. Alright. And what we can do from here is we can start to move these windows around and size them however we want to size them. Alright. We can grab a hold of them. There we go. So I'm going to organize it how I want to, how I'm looking to organize it, or how I don't know exactly what you want this to look like, but we have to work within these containers here on the web version. So. And again, if there's more questions for anybody, fire those away. And yeah, you're welcome, Tixel. Happy to do that with you. So, and again, sorry, a little dead air time while I just kind of organize this up. And then, Sergio, I'm going to email this. I'm going to make a cloud link of this layout, all right, as I finish this up. And I'm going to email it to you directly to load, and hopefully it'll load that way. Or you can just follow kind of on screen, on your own here. Get rid of that because we don't need that. But, essentially, we're just going to move it around how we want it to look like, however we want to organize this. It's just that if I save it and send it to you, I don't know what the results are going to be. That's why I will do that. But, oh, sorry, one of the scans just made a ding. It caught me off guard here because I don't use sound on Trade Ideas, so I guess I'm in the minority on that. The sound annoys me. I feel like we need so much space for this halt window here. I'm not a halt kind of guy. And again, anybody with questions, it's an open forum. I can multitask. Certainly don't need that much space for the single stock window. And then, throw this out there for you, Sergio. While I'm sure this is a fine layout, over time, I'm sure you're gonna, want to adjust things yourself, move things around, all things like that. So, nothing's set in stone, and you can redo anything you want, or, whatever, whatever it is you want to do. For example, for me, like, I don't care what a company's name is. I don't need to know the name of the company to trade it. Just a personal thing. With these columns, and so this takes up a lot of real estate. These things, and we can make adjustments on any of this when we come to configure. Everything is either with, well, you're in the web version, so if it's popped out already, we can right-click and come to configures. Otherwise, we can always come to these 3 lines and come to configure also on any scan or window or anything like that. And so, like, if we come to columns here, if I want to get rid of a column, I can get rid of it. And simply, I click company name and click remove, and that's it. So, if you want to save real estate like that, that's easy enough to do. Again, some people want to know the company name, some people don't. Teach their own on any of that kind of thing. Well, yes, we're going to save and share to the cloud. I'll go over that in a second here. I'm just trying to kind of like format this, so we're not taking up, all this precious real estate, because I'm guessing you're going to want charts, because there's no charts involved in this layout right now. I'm trying to make sure that you have room for charts. Like, I can go a little bit bigger on my screen, but I don't know how big your screen is, and so on and so forth. So, I can, increase the container window here a bit. I don't know what you're working with, what your resolution is. There's going to be unique individual things to you and your machine. So watch, if we go like this, you can either right click and come to configure, all right? And we can go to columns, because these are called columns up here, and we can come to columns, all right? And we can highlight company name and go remove, boom, done, gone. And when we go OK, we're gonna click OK. And now you see how it's just this here, and that, freed up some space on the columns there. And the same thing here again, we can go, or we can right click, or see these 3 lines that are right there, we can go on those 3 lines here. It's not really right here. There's that 3 lines right there. So sorry, I'm watching myself on YouTube. I'm seeing that I'm actually very delayed on YouTube right now from what I'm watching, but I'm guessing it seems real time to you. I don't get along with Google apparently. So again, I can click those 3 lines. We can come back to columns again. I can go company name, and I can remove that. Odd. So added a filter here for me, but not for you. Anyways, and we click OK, and boom. And we do that with all these. You can right click in a Mac, you just have to enable it in your settings. But all the same, you don't need to right click in a Mac. You can use those 3 lines. Here, these 3 lines, it's in the corner of each of these boxes up here. See, every one of these boxes has those 3 lines. You can just single click those, but you can right click. You just have to enable the permissions in your settings of the Mac. I haven't used a Mac in a long time, so I don't remember exactly how that goes, but somewhere in your global configurations or settings, however the iOS is, or the OS is configured on that now. So what's going to happen, what I have a fear here is, like I said, I think it's best if you kind of follow along and do this and then save it yourself, and I'm going to show you how to save it. I'll finish doing this out and I'll send it to you as a cloud link. But like I said, the issue that we're going to run into is that it's going to be saved for my screen, not your screen is the problem here. Yeah. But perhaps, because I'm guessing whoever sent you this is also using the app, not the yeah, I have it. we have it saved like that. It's a global configuration in the YouTube channel itself, in the Trade Ideas YouTube channel. But for whatever reason, everybody else has no issues except for me, Terry. I don't know what it is. I have the exact same settings as everybody else, as Michael and everybody. The three lines can't be accessed? That doesn't make sense. You should be able to click those three lines. There's got to be some local setting that's blocking you then, because it's not going to be a Trade Ideas setting. That's that's going to be your OS. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add some charts. So we're going to go new. Where the heck is charts? Chart. There we go. One. I'm going to put 3 charts up on this thing here. 2. 3. And like everything else, Trade Ideas web version or not, get this a little wider on that 15-minute chart. Well, it'll be a 15-minute chart in a moment. Alright, and so I'm going to leave this as a daily chart, and if we go to right click, time frame, and I can make this, whatever I want. I'm going to just throw a 15-minute on there, and we can make this one here 5 minutes. Alright. There we go. Lovely. We can use the mouse wheel to scroll so we can zoom in and out like that. Alright. Use this slider, I think, to go back in time is how that works. Yeah. There we go. Oh, no apology necessary, Sergio. This is what we do this for. This is what I do this for, Nobody else seems to have any questions at the moment, so I'm going to work with you. I tell people all the time, I can't answer the questions that aren't asked. I do this every single day at 3:30 Eastern, every market day at 3:30 Eastern. I do this specifically to do stuff like this. A lot of times nobody's asking questions. I just go over charts because, there's only so much I can do for building scans and stuff like that. I have my layout, I have my setup, I have, how I trade, all those things like that. So there's not a whole lot else. There's only so much I can offer. All right, got kind of a setup here. Just odd. Why is this not low float dip buying? I just wonder. Customs. I want to see if this had any alerts today. It's kind of odd to me. It says no alerts in it whatsoever. But I know that everything's working here. History. So now this time. Strange. Why are none of these multi-windows giving me alerts? Okay, I know why they're not giving alerts. They have custom filters in them. We're going to have to do quite a bit of work here for you, Sergio. This is going to take a little more than this here, sorry. I believe whoever gave you this scan use custom filters in it, and I don't know what those custom filters are. It's going to default to be what my custom filters would be on these. So that's, yeah, because he's got these values in here that definitely coordinate with whatever he did for custom values. You have, whoever gave you this layout there, Sergio, you're going to have to reach out to them and ask them what the custom filters and formulas are for each one of these multi-windows. Because these windows won't do anything without those custom formulas. There's nothing overly complicated about it, once you understand the software and the platform and how customs work. But for someone that's, in their first hour, this is going to be, there's quite a bit of work to be done. Every one of these I suspect is going to have custom formulas in them. Yeah. Not so much the settings are in here technically, but here's what it is. We have the ability, there's short code within the system. Yeah, for the alert one, it's the multi windows. Multi means multiple alerts in it. We have the ability to take the short codes that exist within the system and string them together to make custom formulas. Nothing overly complicated about it. You don't really have to know much in programming language at all. Most everything in this already exists within the system, but people get fancy and they want to combine things for whatever reasons, create true-false statements or, if-then statements, so on and so forth, combining different filters. So there are custom formulas in these windows here, but custom formulas are unique to each individual that created them for their account. So, for example, do you see how each one of these has these icons on it like this? Well, when you see a U and a number, that means it's a custom formula. So my UO is a custom formula that I did for a 1 minute volume filter. Alright? So that's why it's returning 1 minute volume here. This guy, whoever gave you this, or girl, whoever gave you this this scan, their UO is not going to be the same as what I have for this UO here. And I can tell you that by having a 2 in here. There's just no way that someone have a max of a 2 for 1 minute volume percent. That wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. So, that's why I'm not getting any. Now, if I remove this formula, if I remove these formulas, so on these multi-windows, do you have alerts coming in? Because if I remove these customs, I'll bet I'm going to get stuff. Boom. Yeah, as soon as I remove these customs, I start to get things. So then I have to ask myself, why am I populating with customs and you're not? Okay, well then I'm not going to trouble with that. For some reason, this populated a bunch of things populated some of my custom formulas into these windows, which is going to create a problem for sharing this. So hold on, let me see if I can remove these things. I think what you're best doing is arrange this yourself. I'll go step by step in arranging if you need more tutorial on arranging, and then I'll show you how to save it. But for some reason, I'm populating these customs, and I have a feeling that they have to do with filters that were not originally filters that were added later in Trade Ideas Life, and so it's taking my customs instead of putting the actual filters in there. Because every one of them is this UO here, and they have these max values here. Interesting. And see, as soon as I take any of those out, I'm getting results again. interesting. These multi-windows aren't even multi-windows. They're multi-windows, but they don't have multiple alerts in them. See, every one of them now give me alerts. All right, so we'll leave it at that. So once you get it all arranged like this, and you want to add some charts, just go to New and Chart. All right. Yeah, and also here's a couple of other things to share with you, Sergio. We have our free traders room. It's broadcasted on this side and broadcasted on another side too. Every day. Barry that runs it opens the main side of it at around 8 o'clock in the morning now. He doesn't get live and do anything other than share his screen until about 9 o'clock. When I give times, it's Eastern, so 9 o'clock Eastern time. And he can help troubleshoot stuff when he gets live on the mic and when he's not overly busy. When he's not overly busy, whatchamacallit, when he's not overly busy trading. On the YouTube side, we do this at noon Eastern every day, and we do this at 3:30 Eastern every day too. I do this, so there'll be someone different here at noon. I don't really do the noons other than a fill-in. So, but let me know. All right, so get this all set up how you want it. I'm not gonna throw anything out there. I'm not gonna share this like this because I have a feeling that it's not gonna share right because of, for whatever reason, those customs populated. But once we've got it done, once we've got it saved, we can come to Tools, and there's a couple of things we can do here. All right, we can go to Save as Default Layout. All right. So if I save this as my default layout right now, boom, I'm just gonna click it and I'm gonna go. Test layout. And boom, I've saved it there like that. Then second, we can go to Tools and we can go to Save to Cloud, all right? And we can click Entire Layout here. And I'm going to again call it Web Test. All right, and we're going to save that, and boom, done. And now I'm going to close this whole thing. Ready? Got rid of that. I'm going to load the web up again. And boom, everything that was there that we just did is here again for me. Just like that. See, and it loaded as that layout because I saved it as a default. And for whatever reason, if I decided that, I switched away from it, I can always go to Load from Cloud. And we see Web Test here, as I called it that. And I click that, and it would load this layout like that too. So let me know if I went too fast on any of that. I can go right back over any of that, no problem. 1, 2, 3. In fact, I just go over it again real quick. So there's a couple of different save options, all right? One is to the cloud, okay? And save and load to the cloud, all right? And we can save as default, okay? Or we can even clear default layouts too. And your default layout is what will load up every time you start. But sometimes people want multiple layouts. So like, someone might have layouts for the pre-market and post-market and so on and so forth, and then a regular market layout. So they have those different pre-market and post-market layouts saved to the cloud, so they can load those individual layouts. But then they have the main layout that they want loaded every time they start the program too. So we have capabilities for all those kinds of things. So all right, good. I'm glad the timing works for you. That's excellent. So a couple of things I want to share with you here, and you get these links and save these links, okay? So here's a trading room link. You can copy this here. And so if you want to make a trading room account, that's there. It's free for you to do. And then how you got to this here, just bookmark this channel. I mean, I'll let me see here. What am I looking for? This is our YouTube channel, and if we're live, you'll find us here. Plus, we have tons of videos, tons and tons and tons and tons of videos there. And so you could hit both those up. Now a lot of our stuff is based around the web application really because it's a little more inclusive. But the same concepts apply, and all the scanning abilities are there for you. You can create the exact same scans in both. It's just some of the feel of it's a little different. Some of the buttons are a little different, but that's it. That's all that's different. How do I link to the charts? It should just be linked as you click on anything. Why is it not linking? Properties. Symbol linking, sorry. All right, so these charts aren't linked. So right click and look for properties and look for symbol linking in properties. All right, symbol linking. Make sure there's a check in those boxes. Properties, symbol linking, right click, properties, symbol linking, and now it should go. There we go. So see how now they're changing as I click on things. So let me know if you got that all right, and we go from there. All right, so I guess it looks like you're rocking and rolling here. And I mean, if nothing else, like I said, you come back tomorrow, we help you out. Now, how I'm doing a Q&A like this, Barry doesn't do a Q&A like this. He's more trader focused, but if you were to say, oh, I'm trying to figure out how to build a certain kind of scan and he's not real busy, he might be able to point you in a direction of that scan and help you out like that. Some more basic stuff that he can help with. Barry knows the system very well, but he's more trader oriented. He'll never tell people what to buy, sell, hold. He doesn't, if you say, say, hey Barry, what do you think of stock ABC? He'll say, hey you, what do you think of stock ABC? You might pull up a chart and give you his 2 cents on, it's above this SMA, or some obvious things to some traders, not so obvious to other traders, obviously. He might talk about it's coming into this resistance or as this support, but he'll never say, oh, that looks like a buy area, or this looks like a sell area, or this, he'll never talk about a stock in a sense of what he thinks anybody should ever be doing with it given on any sort of price. He'll talk about it in the sense of what he's thinking about. A lot of times he might talk about, oh, if this can get and hold this whole number, I'm going to be interested and things like that. But he's going to tell everybody, you do your own due diligence, you do you as far as the trading stuff goes. And then, like I said, this gets broadcasted or the trading room gets broadcasted from 2 sides. So Barry will have the YouTube side from 9 o'clock in the morning to sorry, there's something crazy. Someone that we work with, there's a tornado happening right where they are, it looks like. All right, sorry, back to my train of thought here. Barry will start both streams, the traders room that I just shared and this room that you're in now. At 9 o'clock, by 9 o'clock, they'll both be going. At noon Eastern, he gives up the YouTube side for an hour for a Q&A like this, and then at 3 o'clock, he goes on mute, and at 3:30, he'll shut down the other room, and I'll take this side over at 3:30 every day. And that's how that goes. So hopefully it all worked well, and you've got that all down. So, all right, what are we at? 426. All right, so you look like we got you nice and set up there. Back. back to the application for me. So, all right, everybody, I'm gonna begin to wind things down unless there's any more questions at the moment. Um, yeah. So, like I was just kind of going off on a rant there with, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern. I start up, go for about an hour. Full market day tomorrow, so I will be here tomorrow. I will not start my New Year's Eve early. Um, it's open forum every day. I don't come with any content, so I let you guys drive the content. And like I said, I go over charts and things like that. If there's nobody here asking questions, I prefer to do more software content. But there's only so much I can make up off the top of my head, 5 days a week, months and months at a time. So I dry up on ideas. I like to trade what I like to trade. I don't really go much outside of that, but I'm always willing to help someone put together something as far as a scan goes. I can help anybody get a template going, anyways. Some templates better than others, some easier than others. Kind of so on and so forth with that. So, all right, everybody, I'm gonna shut it down for the day here. A minute early, as I think that's gonna do it for the crowd today. Appreciate everybody coming in. Glad I could help you, Sergio. Hopefully, Tixel, you can find something useful out of those windows that we did today. And again, thank you everybody for attending. Appreciate it. You have a wonderful rest of your Thursday night, and I will catch you here tomorrow on the very last day of 2021.